Chair.
Mayor Hawkins, I'm prepared to move confirmation of the agenda at the call of the chair. I would like to make, with your permission, a brief comment, however, if I can, in moving the motion.
Please.
The agenda contains, let me start here. Several years ago, an effort was made by a committee, and I sat as the council representative on the committee, to simplify the material that councillors receive for council meetings. There was some discussion about whether material which was of a technical or background nature should be included as appendix to the material that was provided as opposed to incorporated into the material. I think there was some resistance to that, perhaps in the executive committee. Today we have material given to us of 805 pages. Much of that material is of a technical and background nature. For example, the City Centre Core Partnership Action Plan that is probably part of the material, but when it's incorporated into the material in the way it is, it makes it extremely difficult and time-consuming to read and scroll through the material. I'm wondering if I could get an undertaking from City Administration to look at this to see whether this kind of technical information, charts, diagrams, reports, could be contained in the material as appendices to the various as appendices at the very end to simplify going through this kind of lengthy material, which we're now receiving on a very regular basis.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Clerk, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hawkins, we can look at it. We can give out some options in that regard. I just would respectfully remind you and other members of council that there are times when some members have expressed a desire for some detailed information. So for us, it's a bit of a judgment call at times. But again, maybe there's something we can do that would indicate that the information is there, but somehow suppress it from the agenda materials themselves. I don't know, but we'll take it away and look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder on this motion?
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meetings held on March 24th and March 31st?
Second here.
Sorry, Councillor Mancinelli?
Yes. And I think I have to rise right now to speak on a point of order with the minutes and what happened at the end of last meeting.
Thank you.
Last meeting, at the end of the meeting, I experienced some technical difficulty at the very last vote before the meeting adjourned. I had every intent of voting. I attempted to reach out in other forms of electronic communication, including phone call and text messages indicating my vote. The meeting adjourned and my vote was nullified. I believe the city clerk has some comments on this.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, for members of the public and other members of council who are watching, I can confirm that the vote was taken without us being able to reach Councillor Mancinelli, and unfortunately the meeting was adjourned shortly thereafter, prior to him being able to connect with us. But he did reach out to us immediately afterwards. However, the time had lapsed between that and the adjournment motion. Having said that, I did explain to Councillor Mancinelli that he should rise on a point of procedure this afternoon, explaining the circumstances. And I advised him that in my interpretation of the procedure bylaw, that whereas there's a section that allows a member to change his or her vote at the same meeting, provided that there is unanimous consent of members, that I believe that the spirit and intent of that would allow him to seek unanimous consent today to add his vote to the tally, which was a tie vote, and pending that, then I would confirm whether the vote retained a tie vote or whether it was lost or was approved. So pending council's unanimous consent, I would then ask Councillor Mancinelli to cast his vote. I will record that and then explain the outcome.
I believe from a procedural area, then I would ask for
Unanimous consent.
unanimous consent. You want a recorded vote on it, or just any opposed?
Just any opposed.
Any opposed to recording Councillor Mancinelli's vote on the last agenda item from the meeting 2 weeks ago? Hearing none. Councillor Mancinelli, would you please record your vote for the clerk?
I vote in favor.
Thank you, Mayor. With Councillor Mancinelli's vote for yes to portions, recommendations 2 and 3 from MN 21-1, that places the vote 6-5. The vote is deemed to have been carried, and therefore the original decision from February 10th has been rescinded, and the contract zone at 1840 Lawrence Street respecting a temporary parking lot has been granted, and that will expire on December 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Having moved a motion to approve the minutes with that amendment, can I have a seconder?
Stepaniak.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. I would like to just make a comment with regards to build upon what Councillor Hawkins said, is that we have a rather massive council agenda today. Some of it was carried forward because we failed to get through our last council meeting's agenda items. And so I'm going to ask council to keep that in mind as we proceed forward. We have a number of delegations to speak to the various items on the agenda. Many of these items have been debated fulsomely at executive or at their respective committees. There are really detailed administration reports. So if you have questions for administration that are getting into the weeds, perhaps I'll request that you take those offline. Please follow up on that. And that we trust in our committees, both executive and others, to have done the work and listen to them for their recommendations. Thanks very much. And beginning now, I would like to call upon Delegation Tim Reed, representing the Regina Exhibition Association, Lisa Gibbons, representing Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District, and Judith Verisuk, representing Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of councils may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
This is Judith Verisuk, Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I believe Lisa Gibbons and Tim Reed are on with me. Is that how we are doing this?
Yeah, you got it, girl.
All right. I believe we are here just to answer any questions, as you have already considered the City Center Core Partnership Framework and Action Plan at an earlier meeting.
Thank you very much. Members of council, do any of you have questions for the delegations? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much. Oh, one moment, please. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to confirm with all of you present that the feedback was received to have a better tie to environmental sustainability in the city core characteristics section, just to make that tie to environmental sustainability clear. Through the chair.
Chair, from the real perspective, we were certainly very supportive of it, and thank you for those comments.
This is from Regina Downtown's perspective. We concur with Real, and we're looking forward to incorporating those values into the future for our center core.
And speaking on behalf of the Warehouse District, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues. We're definitely looking forward to this as an addition.
Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I have no further comments or questions coming from council for the delegations. Thanks very much for appearing to answer any this afternoon, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
I'd like to call upon delegation Jim Elliott. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address the City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of councils may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. My name is Jim Elliott, and you have much of the comment and concerns that I have expressed around this report in front of you, but I will respond, or at least elaborate on a few of the points that I've put forward to you. I guess the principal or initial comment is around the public engagement in this framework document. One would have thought that, if this is a framework for the City of Regina, that in fact more than simply the bodies that were part of this report should have been engaged, especially in the cases of a number of these where it includes, or should be including adjacent neighborhoods. I guess the second point of my concern is around whether the framework guides the neighborhood plans or the neighborhood plans guide the framework. It would be my assertion that it should be the neighborhood plans that guide the framework and not the other way around, especially in the cases of the Taylor Field lands, which would naturally be part of North Central. The third point is, I guess, is some questions around parts of the focus of the inclusion of the Saskatchewan-derived corridor. It is described as, quote, the Great Connection. I guess my question is around why are we including this road essentially, and connecting what to what? I don't see necessarily a lot of value to include that. And then one further, and it relates more to the previous delegation that was on the council meeting, was the inclusion of Regina Exhibition Association in the discussions, specifically around the Taylor Field lands. Regina Exhibition is simply a sport and entertainment complex manager, and the Taylor Field lands are principally a housing project, and so I don't necessarily get the connection between, or the need necessarily for them being involved in advising around a housing project. And I guess the last part, and this comes to some of the discussions that have been directed to in other parts of the city, and that's around intensification goals that are being put forward by the city in respect to redevelopment of properties. And the problem I have in some respects is that the definition of intensification that was used in the report is very, I guess, could have a lot of perhaps Swiss cheese approach to intensification, because if you were to look at the definition in your plan, it talks about, I guess, or should I say, I should back up. If I was to take my house on a 25-foot lot and tear that one down and replace it with another one that's 50% larger, even though it's simply similarly me living in that house, the definition in the plan calls that intensification. And to me, that begs the question of what's the needs or even the direction that this will give on the plan that at least in the two larger chunks of land, the railway lands and the Taylor Field lands. And I guess the other part of this is we've had a whole list of meetings around the railway yards and at least some sense of a plan going forward for that. So why do we need an advisory committee? We've essentially got a plan for that area. We've got funds coming from the federal provincial government to come to that lands. And again, why is there a need for an advisory committee or a framework to fit that into? I guess that's the extent to which I'll comment at this point, but I'm open to questions on the remainder of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Any questions from council for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much both for your written presentation, which for council's reference is DE 21-127, as well as your verbal presentation here today. I would ask that you please leave the meeting now, Mr. Elliott.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now consider CR 21-48 City Centre Core Partnership Framework and Action Plan. Councillor Hawkins, could I please ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will introduce this. It's a recommendation from the Executive Committee for City Centre Core Partnership Framework and Action Plan. Mayor, I very much appreciate your instruction at the beginning, and I've drawn the short list for introducing many of the motions in today's council. I'm going to do it very briefly because, as you've stated, these matters for the most part have been considered in other committee meetings. In this case, this is a partnership framework between the main actors in the city centre core. It's designed to coordinate their approach to the development of the city centre, and so that they can make recommendations to council. The three themes around which the framework is built as one, intensification, two, investment, and three, connectivity of the various parts of land in the core. On that basis, I'll leave it at that. Committee members may have questions. We've examined this before. I want to make one other comment, though, and I'll move an amendment. I find the name City Centre Core Partnership Framework and Action Plan extremely cumbersome. You'll note that not only is it cumbersome, it creates some awkward thing. The initials of the first four letters are CCCP, which is the acronym for the former Soviet Union. I think this agreement could perfectly well be called the City Centre Core Plan, and I'm going to move the motion to that, an amendment to that effect. So two things. One, I put this on the floor. I'll need a seconder, and at the appropriate time, I'll move a motion to get a more streamlined name as opposed to a Shakespearean name that we have here.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So just to be clear, sir, you're moving the motion for the plan itself to begin with?
Correct.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on the motion?
Second. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any discussion about the plan itself? Councillor Stadnicek, I see your name there.
I'm just want to speak to the overall report.
Yeah, that is what we're speaking to right now.
I thought we were speaking to the amendment. Sorry.
No, he didn't move the amendment just yet. He's moved the main motion to do with the report.
All right, because I had a question for administration.
Please
through
go
the
ahead.
Chair.
Please.
Yes. So in terms of the concerns that were raised by Mr. Elliott about consultation, public consultation engagement, and how we achieve our goals for intensification. I guess my question is, what is the level of public engagement that will be taking place? And will people who actually live in the downtown, warehouse, north central neighborhoods be part of that consultation through you?
So through you, my masters, and thanks for the question. I think it's really important to just emphasize to council and those listening that this is a collaboration of the land owners and those who manage the land on our behalf in terms of, the yards and the Taylor Field lands and of course the warehouse and the downtown as well as real. At the end of the day, it's this group that's coming together and collaborating and discussing what the opportunities are to advance those lands and advance those lands in a sequenced way so that we're not planning and prioritizing in isolation. It's important that the neighborhood planning process continues outside of these discussions so that projects that come forward will go through a full consultation. And obviously these are priority lands, they're priority neighborhoods, and the projects that have been discussed are fairly significant. So each time a project is brought forward, there'll be engagement with the broad community, and there'll also be engagement then with those that live or operate businesses in those areas. So there'll be a full consultation and a very thorough consultation as each project comes forward.
Okay, thank you for that, and I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens, I apologize. I sort of leapt over you. Did you wish to speak to the main report?
No, it's already been asked and answered. Thanks, though.
Thanks very much. Any other members of council?
Mayor Masters, sorry, I'll put my name in the chat.
Please go ahead, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just a comment. This was something that the previous council had asked for, and I think it's vitally important. And what we saw was the fact that the different areas were almost competing with one another. And this was the whole purpose, to bring them all together, to have a conversation. So all of the pieces, so if it be the downtown, the warehouse, and the real lands, the whole piece, and kind of take a look at that to enhance one another rather than kind of driving the competition with one. So I'm really grateful that this has come forward and it starts plots kind of areas. And I think it's part of the first steps of good planning. So I just want to say thank you to all of those who have been a part of this, because this is something that was we've asked for quite some time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no other further questions or comments from council, Councillor Hawkins, I'll turn it back to you for close.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the name change amendment. I'm proposing the name City Center Core Planning, and the reason for it is simply that the current name is too cumbersome for words.
Can I please second that, Councillor Shaw?
Councillor Shaw seconds the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Oh, okay, apologies, Councillor Hawkins. City Clerk is requesting, just for clarification, City Centre Core Plan?
I would say City Center Core Planning, but I'm indifferent as between one or the other.
Okay.
How about framework?
City Centre Core Framework? Again,
I'm just trying to get 8 words down to 4. I'm happy to go with City Center Core Framework. Also, that gets around the CCCP difficulty.
Thank you, sir. Okay, council, before you, the name, renaming the committee to the City Centre Core Framework. Any discussion? I'll ask City Clerk to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. On the amendment, I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Amendment carries 11-0, Mayor.
Councillor Hawkins, have you closed debate on the motion itself, the main motion?
I commend the report to council. I close the debate.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we begin. Now it's the call the main motion as amended. Sorry.
We'll call the vote on the main motion as amended.
I'll begin again with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Main motion as amended passes 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you.
In favor.
We have another delegation. I would like to call upon Delegation Jackie Schmidt from Heritage Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and state the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello, my name is Jackie Schmidt. I'm representing Heritage Regina. Mayor Masters and members of City Council, we would like to thank the City Administration for developing a policy that deals with some of the issues that Heritage Regina identified with the current Heritage policy. The lack of maintenance policy for designated buildings and the lack of a process of ongoing identification of heritage properties was troublesome. This proposed interim policy addresses these two areas of concern in a manner that Heritage Regina can support. We are also pleased that the city is reviewing its incentives policies and seeking additional enhanced provisions. Our first opportunity to review this document was only a few days before the Executive Committee meeting on March 22nd. We attended that meeting and had the opportunity to ask various questions listed in this letter. We met again with City Administration staff on March 26th, but still have many of the questions regarding the procedures for economic viability assessment. Although the timelines for the community consultation and policy evaluation were explained, we left the meeting unclear on the process, what form that consultation would take. Communication with stakeholders and the community is critical to ensure the success of this policy and to ensure a robust evaluation can occur. Before we can support the assessment of financial viability section of the proposal, we would like to get clarification on the following. We would like to understand what the writer means when they say the ability of the property owner to invest their share depends on a variety of factors, including their personal financial position, the type of property, and capacity to generate future income. We do not understand why the capacity to generate future income is a consideration. How does the city propose to assess this? Since when is it the city's responsibility to ensure that a property owner makes money in the future on their investment, be it in the initial investment or an investment in improvements? There is a risk that a conditions assessment and resulting maintenance requirements could be a deterrent for those seeking voluntary designation. People may not be interested in participating in a financial viability assessment for privacy reasons. The proposal does not clearly outline how economic viability will be assessed. It discusses an engineer-led conditions assessment and an opinion of cost for the owner, but it fails to identify how the owner's personal financial position will be factored in. How will the city assess the ability of the property owner to pay the minimum accepted level of conservation? How will the opinion of cost for the property owner be factored into the viability assessment, and what weight is it given in the overall designation assessment? We support determining a minimum level of conservation and cost, but we cannot support this section of the proposal as it is not clear on how financial viability is ultimately established, nor does it indicate the impact of this assessment on the assessment of the property for designation. We'd like to understand why, if best practices recommend that heritage value and feasibility of a rehabilitation be considered separately,
Does the policy recommend combining these two aspects of assessment? Heritage Regina does not support the combining of these two items in the assessment of the property because a negative assessment of the feasibility of rehabilitation or an owner's being unable to afford their minimum acceptable level of conservation could lead to historically significant properties being downgraded to grade 2 in the assessment process. This is what happened in the Bagshaw residence. This creates a situation where the heritage value is considered less significant than the cost of repairs. With demolition, the property and its history are lost to the community forever. Even if not demolished, the story of this property will not be told to the community as it does not meet the criteria for designation. Using a financial viability assessment as part of the heritage assessment will lead to more properties being removed from the inventory despite their heritage significance. Heritage significance does not change, but ownership and financial viability can. There is no provision for reassessment for properties removed from the inventory based on financial viability. The policy is not clear if the assessment of financial viability will be completed for every property that is being assessed for heritage designation, or just for those with serious concerns about structural integrity or identified by the inspection indicated in the section called property inspection at the time of designation. There is no provision under the financial viability section to deal with a situation when an inspection at the time of designation does not identify serious structural issues, yet the property owner disagrees with what and wants a further inspection and or assessment of financial viability. Would the property owner not be responsible for the cost? Without further clarification and an opportunity to consider the responses to our questions, Heritage Regina cannot support the assessment of financial feasibility section of this proposal. Heritage Regina would also like to suggest a few other items included in this policy. One item identified by the property owners and real estate professionals is the lack of information and understanding of the implications of benefits of property being on the heritage inventory list or being designated. As the city has already embarked on efforts to educate current property owners, Heritage Regina recommends that a process be developed to address changes in ownership.
Ms. Schmidt,
Ownership.
Ms. Schmidt, I'm just going to interrupt. You're over the 5 minutes right now. Could I ask that you just close off, please?
Sure. We cannot lose the story of our city's growth and development because of the demolition, because the property does not have citywide significance, nor can we leave the recognition of contributions of the city's builders, craftsmen, architects, people, community builders, and individual homeowners. The city has a responsibility to acknowledge and honor and preserve our heritage, and a recognition program for heritage properties accomplishes this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Schmidt. Council, I have Councillor Zakidniak who would like to speak.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Ms. Schmidt. I simply have a question for you, which is, because this is simply an interim policy, I'm hopeful and wondering if you will be bringing these same points to the consultation process in the development of the permanent policy, which would enable any issues that are problems with this interim policy to be addressed. Is that something you are willing to do?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions of council of the delegation? Hearing none. Thank you very much for the presentation this afternoon, Ms. Schmidt. I would ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Sharon Pratchler. Please introduce yourself for the record. And the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pratchler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Council this afternoon. My primary concern is in relation to recommendation 2 of this particular recommendation, and as recommendation 5 and 6 relate to it in terms of implementation. So the primary concern that I have is that there has been absolutely no consultation with the public on this policy, particularly those who have been delegates and who have raised issues with the city in relation to heritage properties in the past. I speak as a citizen who lives in the Crescent area, which is particularly affected by these particular recommendations. The issue of interim policy, I want to deal with first of all. So when we talk about it being an interim policy, my questions are these. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean that City Council will throw out the interim policy in its entirety and start with a clean slate when developing the real or permanent policy? Does that mean City Council will throw out all their experience with the interim policy as if it had never happened? Does that mean that there will be no implications from there having been an interim policy? And if that can't be said, then essentially we're introducing a permanent policy of a shorter term nature perhaps, but it will potentially be the status quo that we have to argue against. And the particular problem that I have is what has been identified by Ms. Schmidt from Heritage Regina in terms of the economic viability consultation. I applaud the city and the staff for moving quickly to deal with remedial matters to the extent that these recommendations provide further authority to ensure that properties are maintained. But with the greatest respect, I see absolutely no reason to move with such haste in relation to the economic viability provision. And in particular, the concern that I express is that by adopting the economic assessment, in effect, the city is going to reduce a heritage assessment to an economic assessment. If we think about the great Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, there's a $1.13 to $2.3 billion estimate to complete the repairs that were done to that magnificent building. Would that be economic by any analysis? And so would it be satisfactory to tear down Notre Dame because despite its huge heritage value, it is uneconomic to repair? Is that really the criteria we want to use as the fulcrum and the key criteria for deciding these matters? With respect, I submit that it should not be. We shouldn't be introducing an interim policy without consultation because it is essentially avoiding the public consultation that is needed on this matter. To the extent that part of these recommendations are needed to ensure that maintenance is done on buildings, go ahead. But to the extent that you're introducing a criteria that is going to become set in stone, which, as we all know, interim policies often do, it should not be done in the absence of consultation. That is a significant factor when there's been such high public engagement on these matters. With respect, Your Worship, those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pratchler. Members of Council, any questions for the delegation? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We'll now consider CR 21-49 Heritage Conservation Interim Policy. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. I move this report on behalf of the Executive Committee. If I can get a seconder, I'll put two questions to the administration and leave it at that.
Councillor
Shaw.
Thank you very much. The key point here has been made that this is an interim policy. My first question for the administration is, what do they understand in light of the delegation's comments an interim policy to mean?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So the interim policy, we are going through our consultation process. So we'll be having further discussions with the community and council with regards to these specific. So when we bring the final report forward towards the end of the year, that's when final decisions will be made with respect to these policies and others.
Would I be correct to say then that you are saying that this is not a policy that is written in stone? It is a policy that bridges the gap until further consideration can be made when you bring your final policy in?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. The second question in some ways arises out of the first. When we debated in the Executive Committee, the question was raised, do you determine heritage and valuation all at the same time, or is this a policy under which you determine heritage first and then go on as a second question to ask what about the financial viability of the property itself? In other words, is this a one-step or a two-step process under this interim policy?
through Mayor Masters, it's a two-step process. We do the evaluation separate, the heritage evaluation separate from the financial.
Thank you very much. Those are my comments, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll ask now for any other members of council, questions or comments. Seeing none, sir, would you like to close it off?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Clerk, can I call the vote on CR 21-49?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In support.
Councillor Bresciani.
Just 1 second.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Moving on to delegation CR 21-50. I'd like to call upon Delegation Tracy Fallman from the Regina Hotel Association. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Fallman.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Tracy Fallman. I'm the President and CEO of the Regina Hotel Association. And I'm pleased to be here today with respect to our request for 25% property tax exemption for the hotel industry. And furthermore, should Council approve the recommendations contained in your report, we would be more than happy to offer any assistance or information that might be needed to the Regina Recovery and Efficiency Task Force as they deliberate and prepare the recommendations to Council. Saying that, I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam Mayor, that you may have or Council at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fallman. Any members of Council have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much, Ms. Fallman, for your presentation this afternoon and making yourself available for questions. I'd ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Council.
We will now consider item CR 21-50, the Regina Economic Recovery Grant, Phase 1 update. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Executive Committee, I move the report. If I can get a seconder.
Andrew.
Thank you very much. This report has to be read in light of the earlier provision for relief that the city provided with respect to pandemic relief for businesses. 3 organizations, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District representing one group of organization, the Warehouse Improvement District representing another, and as we've heard from Ms. Fallman, the Regina Hotel Association came forward and asked for additional support. There was concern at the Executive Committee that we not deal with these things on a one-off basis, that some objective criteria be developed for judging applications. To that end, the Executive Committee recommended the Regina Recovery and Efficiency Task Force be established, which Councillor Stevens is chairing. This recommendation goes to setting up that task force and referring these requests to that task force to be considered after criteria respecting such applications have been developed.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there any questions or comments about the report and recommendations before you? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. So this has already been placed on the task force agenda, so we have already discussed it, and we will continue that conversation. I think it's important for the public and the rest of council to know that that task force is not taking away from council or executive any authority. It's really a sounding board. How should we consider these? And overarchingly, how can we develop a framework tied to economic recovery? So that being said, we will return to council with some thoughts. I can't say what they are right now, but it has been a great discussion. I guess I have a question about this report. A bulk of it actually deals with the grant that's currently in motion. Can administration comment on how successful that grant has been? And has it effectively allowed businesses in Regina to deal with the pandemic successfully?
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Call upon Mr. Lacey.
Good afternoon. Through you, Mayor Masters. The grant program has seen quite a bit of businesses apply under the grant program. The latest or to-date information that we have is that there's been 280 businesses within the city of Regina that have applied for and successfully been eligible and provided grants totaling just under $1.4 million to date. And that funding has gone towards a wide variety of things to help businesses cope and manage through the pandemic, from simple and straightforward things like personal protective equipment and plexiglass barriers, etc., all the way towards more business transformative things to allow businesses to adapt and continue to provide services and goods to residents of Regina, such as drive-throughs, building drive-throughs, setting up their business for takeout, delivery, to things even for nonprofit. There's a nonprofit organization, as an example, that's been able to access the program that provides adult education learning services, and to be able to provide those services remotely as part of the pandemic. So 280 businesses overall, just under $1.4 million granted to date out of the total $2 million that council has provided towards this grant program.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Seeing no other comments or questions, Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close off the debate?
I have nothing further to add. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We'll call the vote on CR 21-50, the Regina Economic Recovery Grant Phase 1 update.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins again, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We'll now consider item CR 21-54, Safe Sidewalks Update. Councillor Hawkins, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a recommendation to Council from the Operations and Community Services Committee. The essential point here is that it's an update on sidewalks. One of the things that was discussed at committee was the use of blacktop as opposed to concrete for repairing sidewalks. Concrete is extremely expensive. That's why blacktop is used. I think I would simply introduce this by asking the administration to briefly, in terms of update, anything they want to highlight out of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Onright.
Thank you, through the chair. So the report takes into consideration two motions and a referral motion. Motion MN 19-19, requesting administration to provide information about how we are managing sidewalk safety and improving walkability and accessibility of sidewalks for pedestrians. So that had three pieces to it. Sidewalk condition and classification, which is in the report, sidewalk maintenance prioritization and types of maintenance repairs. And I will add, through the process over the last 2 years, changes have been made to move from what was 2 years ago, 16 days to do a repair in these cut areas to the current 6 days. And then new initiatives for temporary sidewalk repair methods. And that is what Councillor Hawkins has referred to. So this is utilizing a cold mix repair in the wintertime. It is far too expensive and complex to do concrete repairs in the middle of winter. What the asphalt mix does is provide a more stable environment for people to move around on these sidewalks if they have mobility devices. This provides a stable basis for them to travel over these areas. And then motion 20-13, requesting administration to provide options and outline the resources needed to shorten or eliminate the wait list. So this is a recommendation that is in the report in front of you today, and that option is option 1, and this is to address the current backlog of concrete deficiencies that have received a rating of 1 to 4 for Group A sidewalks and 1 to 2 for Group B sidewalks, as indicated under Table 3 of the report, and use of cold mix asphalt material during the winter months, which I referred to. One thing to note, this option to advance the concrete repairs is about a $2.3 million financial hit to the budget. So we're asking this come through the budget process. And to change to a cold mix repair from a granular repair, which is currently done, is $400,000 to $500,000. That would come also through the budget process, but that would come through the utility budget, not the operational budget.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Councillor Hawkins, can I proceed on with other councillors? Do you have anything further to add?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, prior to your discussing the sidewalk report, could I have you second the motion?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Terrific. Thanks a lot. I appreciate this report. The intention behind those motions was to afford sidewalks the same kind of respect and attention that is granted to roads. I guess my first question is, in terms of how the triage system would work and how we deal with a backlog. So I can name a handful of now gravel sidewalks that are a result of lead service connection repairs from last year. So in this new model, how would they then rank in the priority system when we're able to actually go out when the snow one day melts and start repairing? Would you start with those that were still left before the snowfall or before the end of the construction season?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. The typical process would be that we would follow our prioritization criteria. So we have our Group A sidewalks, which represent typically sidewalks that receive the majority of the pedestrians or a high volume of pedestrians, and our Group B sidewalks. So at the start of a season, the intent would be that we would attempt to cycle through our Group A sidewalks initially to complete both those utility cut repairs or lead repairs, as you have mentioned, or as a result of water breaks, and then also some of the deficiency work, trip hazards, broken walk and things like that. And then we would try to cycle through the Group A's and then come back and cycle through the Group B network on a second round.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the utility cuts. So if Sask Energy Power or SaskTel need to rip up a sidewalk in a road, how does that then enter the city system? And who is responsible for paying for those repairs?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the typical process for utility cut repair. So for example, if it's our own internal crews, water crews, underground infrastructure, that would be reported, go into a database, and it would go directly to our concrete crews, who would then go out and complete those repairs, or pavement crews as well. When it comes to an external utility, or for example, a developer, those external utilities or parties would either submit an application to the city in terms of cutting into our asset and letting us know either A, would you like the city to fix it and we would bill them back, or B, that they would take on those repairs themselves.
Okay, thank you. My last question kind of bridges into a liability concern. There have been incidences where residents have tripped, hurt themselves. Some cases, broken bones were involved. As soon as that kind of hazard is identified, presumably it's a liability, would that mean that sidewalk all of a sudden gets really fast-tracked and becomes a high priority?
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll let Mr. Warren add his comment. So any severe trip hazards are investigated as they come through our service request process. In a case like this, we would send someone out to investigate, and if deemed necessary, the repair would be advanced. I'll ask Mr. Warren to add his comments.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So Mr. Allwright is correct when it comes to a situation like that, and we also have a program in place with our known issues or our known distresses. For example, utility cuts. So we've got a program in place, especially throughout the winter months, that we would consistently check those utility cuts and to ensure that they are in a safe and accessible condition. And if not, then we would top those or backfill them back up to the necessary grade until the permanent repairs could be completed.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make a few comments. I moved amendment number 3 of the report, which was addressing or coming up with a plan to address the backlog and addressing that through as part of the 2022 budget process. I just want to clarify for folks that approving this would simply mean that we consider this recommendation as a part of the budget process. We are not committing to following through with that at this point. And that option is the lower cost of the 2.3 million to address some of the backlog, rather than the higher cost option of 5.1. So I saw it as a reasonable starting point. And in fact, the day that we approved this at the committee level, after that meeting, my family and I walked to a local restaurant, and both of my kids, who are 4 and 6, tripped on cracked sidewalks on the way. So that really solidified to me that we had made the right decision with this amendment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to close debate?
Nothing further, thank you.
Councillor Fundura?
A little slow on
I'm going to give you grace on this one.
a little slow on the trigger. The morning occupied a lot of attention here. To you, Mayor Masters, question on this report brings to mind the age-friendly city committee and then accessibility advisory committee. Previous years, the department did work with the accessibility advisory committee on hazards in sidewalks and all that. Is that still, so the question is that still kind of process, is kind of policy, or how we receive what sidewalks are, or for what committees, or how does that work? If you can give me a little bit of feedback on that.
Sorry, Councillor Fundura, your question about sidewalks is, could you clarify that for administration, please?
Sidewalks, there's so much money involved in the sidewalks, and there are criteria, the reporting and all that. Does the administration work with Accessibility Advisory Committee? And then as the age-friendly city report we had this morning, and the two major things were, one of the major things was sidewalks from that committee. Do we work with the groups on the high level, or when we do up a list, or when we do up priorities and all that?
Thank you, Councilor Madura. Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, that is correct. We have worked with the Accessibility Committee in the past, and we will continue to do that. And we will also be working through Ms. Howlerluck's group with the Age-Friendly group.
Great. Thank you for that.
It's a good question,
Thank
Councilor Madura. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, unless you're going to stop me, I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the vote on the motion.
I'm ready for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I will begin again with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a delegation on CR 21-55. I'd like to call upon Delegation David Pertikevich from Bike Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Pertikevich.
Hello?
Hi there. We can hear you now, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. Hello, my name is David Bernikavich, and I am a board member with Bike Regina, a nonprofit cycling advocacy group whose mission is to make cycling safe, convenient, and fun for people of all ages and abilities in Regina. We have heard from our membership, and the message is clear. The behavior of motorists makes cyclists feel unsafe on the streets. For some, this is no more than an annoyance. For others, it keeps them off the streets, and as a result, off their bikes. This is a direct impediment to achieving Regina's active transportation targets. First, I would like to begin by thanking the City of Regina for engaging with Bike Regina in this process. We feel that working together, we were able to provide much needed insight from the perspective of cyclists. I would like to now start addressing the amendments before City Council today. Bike Regina supports Amendments 1 through 6, as these are targeted towards teaching motorists that bikes have a right to the road, just like cars. In regards to Amendment 7, as cyclists, we understand better than anyone which areas are dangerous and not bike-friendly. In fact, the entire cycling community regularly flags hazards to each other and to other stakeholders, either through informal communication or formal tools such as bikemaps.org. Although we appreciate the concern, we do not feel that strict prohibition is the best way to protect cyclists from hazards such as uncontrolled access points to Ring Road. Rather, we trust that cyclists are savvy enough to recognize dangerous roadways and only use them if absolutely necessary. We suspect that even in the current state, without prohibition, bike counts would reveal extremely low numbers using the on-off ramps onto Ring Road. Lastly, we are against this particular amendment because it sets a precedence for stricter prohibitions in the future. Even if it is reasonable to ban cyclists from one particular roadway, it may not be so reasonable for the next proposal. But unfortunately, cyclists will have a harder time opposing it if similar road closure has been enacted in the past. Amendments 8 and 9 are not recommended by administration at this time, and we are grateful for this. Amendment 8 prohibits bikes from streets with speed limits greater than 50 kilometers an hour. In our engagement with Roadways and Transportation Department, they were unable to clearly define which streets this amendment may affect, which would cause a lot more confusion for cyclists. This amendment would prevent long-distance riders from getting out of the city limits for highway rides. We are also against any amendment which will restrict road use for cyclists. Amendment 9 contained the perturbing phrase, as near to the right side of the right-through lane as is safe. Many studies show that riding far to the right increases the likelihood of a collision as the cyclist is weaving in and out of parked cars or the cyclist isn't seen by crossing traffic. I believe this practice stems from slower traffic keeping in the rightmost lane, which is best practice, but forcing a cyclist to ride in the far right of the lane will increase the amount of motorists trying to quote-unquote squeeze past the cyclists, in turn decreasing the safety for the cyclists. Our position is that the safest lane position is in the left-hand wheel track. This forces overtaking vehicles out into the left-hand lane rather than sharing our lane as they pass us, which is a direct violation of Amendment 3. Amendment 10, informally known as the Safe Passing Bylaw, is currently not recommended, but we think it should be. When vehicles pass cyclists, the further away they are, the better. And if they slow down, even better. Other Canadian cities have safe passing bylaws, and Regina has yet to follow this trend. We believe that this bylaw increases the safety of cyclists an incalculable amount. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bernikevich. Do I have any members of council that have any questions for the delegation? Oh, gosh. Okay, Councillor Stevens.
Yes, just one. Thank you. In a previous meeting, a representative from the RPS had suggested that the language that we see today is actually more effective than a specific safe distance. I think it was 1.5 meters. Can you comment on that? Is it more effective to have the specific spacing or to have language like deemed reasonably prudent?
I personally would believe that the spacing is it's better worded, as motorists would actually see that as a fact, because a reasonable amount of space doesn't actually state, and a reasonable for you might not be reasonable for the next guy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Fundura.
Okay, I'm in there. Mayor Master, to you, Mr. Bernikevich, education to drivers, automobile drivers, or any kind of motorized vehicles, and cyclist education, is that a better way to get to the final goal of sharing the road than finding people? And this will be so. And I'm just that's the first question.
Okay, so to answer your question, whether education would be better than fining people, I believe that actually a two-pronged approach is the best way. I do know that the City of Regina and SGI is both engaging in cyclist safety and campaign, and we're grateful for that. We do hope to be able to work with City of Regina and SGI on that, and hopefully word it in a way to help educate motorists of the rights of cyclists. But with that said, an education campaign generally only lasts on the minds of the users maybe a season or two, and then it goes away, whereas bylaws are there and their motorists are reminded of these bylaws.
Okay, thank you. One more, Mayor Masters. I'm just I'll make a specific question to you. I will call College Avenue, and I will say from Arcola going west towards Winnipeg Street. And you mentioned is that being farthest to the right, it's going to cause more stress. You want it to be further into the lane. How with the cyclists being slower on that particular road, I'm looking at concern is that the traffic flow would be restricted, and then you might find more for say what you've been finding, road rage or motorists being disrespectful to the cyclists. Would you say that would cause more problem?
So you're asking if a cyclist taking up the entire lane is going to slow traffic and cause additional road rage incidents?
Yes.
I guess anything that slows down traffic could have the possibility to increase the anger of a driver. But I guess if a driver is having road rage, they shouldn't be driving. With that said, cyclists are entitled to the whole lane as the same as a motor vehicle, as the Saskatchewan Transportation Act indicates. It is safer for them to be in the lane of a roadway as opposed to being on the sidewalk.
Okay.
I'm not too familiar with the specific stretch you're talking about because I do live in the north end, but.
Okay. Well, just so through you, Mayor Master, just pick any road. So my question to you as you said you are president of the cyclists, the Bike Regina Association. So I'm going to ask the question. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not a president. I'm just a board member.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you. So, for me, if I look at bicycle or cyclist is a motorized vehicle, so that means it has to be adhere to the laws of the road. And I mentioned education before. So you're getting all the fines that's coming up. This is what it's asking. Is there an ongoing education through schools, through your club, on the behavior on the road?
We don't engage through schools. We do feel that there is a liability issue there. I have personally worked with, it was the City of Police had some literature that we did obtain from them that they did hand out to schools, and we did have them on our tables at city events for education, but we do not actively go out to schools and educate students, no.
Okay. Okay. I've got some more questions, but I'll reserve maybe for the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura already covered my questions, so I'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Hearing none.
Sorry, Mayor Masters, I do. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brunikiewicz, for coming forward. I do have a question regarding Amendment 3, where it says prohibit the driver of a motor vehicle from passing a cyclist in the same lane that the cyclist is occupying. Just explain how that would work then, like how the lane would be a car lane that the bike is in, or is that a bike lane, or how? Because many streets don't have bike lanes, so how do you see that working? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So if I understand, you're basically asking a general roadway without a bike lane where the bike should be and how the safe pass or the Amendment 3 would work?
That's right.
So on a a two-lane roadway going in the same direction, the rightmost lane is technically the slow-moving vehicle lane, and that's where the cyclist would be, and any vehicles trying to pass the cyclist would have to switch into the left lane in order to pass.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but what if it's a single lane? Like what if it's a single, it's not a double lane? What would be the case there then, through you, Madam Mayor?
The single lane, as I believe that this amendment is written, that they would not be able to pass because the City of Regina does not allow crossing of the center line in order to pass slow-moving vehicles.
Okay, so just you believe that they would not be able to pass the cyclist then? The cyclist would be on the road and then we'd have to... I'll ask with administration for clarification. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions coming from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Brunikiewicz, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item CR 21-55, cycling safety and passing. Councillor Hawkins, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is a matter that was before Operations Committee several times. The recommendations before you are the product of extensive consultations between the Traffic Bylaw Working Group and the various cycling organizations and other organizations involved. As was mentioned by the delegation, there are 5 recommendations, 2 not recommended. The 2 not recommended, the administration said required further study. They're difficult. I'm not going to go through the 7 recommendations which are set out in detail in the report. I do want to say this. Roads are used by 3 groups of people. They're used by motorized car vehicles, they're used by cyclists, and they're used by pedestrians. No one group has a claim to perfection, and it's really important for the safety in our roads that all 3 groups, cars, pedestrians, and cyclists, pay attention to the rules of the road. I'll leave it at that. If we can get a seconder, this is on the floor for discussion.
Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk, and thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I believe I am opening this up first for Councillor Shaw.
Hi. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to speak a little bit, get some clarification from administration on the amendment 3. So it's saying that vehicles cannot pass a bicycle that's driving on a single lane highway. Is that correct? Through you, Madam Mayor?
Apologies, one moment. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that is correct.
So maybe just to add to that, has administration, is there a problem? Has anybody seen that this may cause a serious problem with traffic flow? Through you, Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Lemieux to comment on the information we have gathered from other jurisdictions and through the traffic bylaw working group. And we also have with us from Regina Police Services, Constable Krowitz. So Ms. Lemieux, please comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is no evidence that this would cause traffic congestion on single lane roads. The majority of our collector, arterials, and expressway roads are at least 2 lanes in one direction. In addition to this, in order for this to be enforceable, there needs to be a painted line on the road. If there is no painted line, that center line could legally be crossed.
Councillor Shaw, do you have another question or comment?
Well, this goes back to painting lines in Regina, so if that's where we want to go. No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens?
Terrific. Thank you. Through the chair, I really appreciate this report. My first question is actually to the constable. We've been down this road before. There's a question of, do we have a specific passing distance? I think the initial concept was 1.5 meters. We've instead rested on what's deemed reasonably prudent. I think that came in part from the RPS as well as traffic engineers. Can you comment on why a specific passing distance might be less effective than what we see before us now?
Yes, absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfect.
Yes, we can.
Okay. In regards to the passing distance, basically what it comes down to is what we would be able to prove in the courts and what we wouldn't be able to prove in the courts. And there would be no way of determining if someone passed someone at 1.4 meters as opposed to 1.5 meters. And that would be the first question asked is from the courts would be, how far away was the vehicle? And if it's down to a specific distance, we would never be able to enforce that in the courts. We would honestly lose it every single time. Whereas passing at a safe distance, yes, it is subjective to the person, but we all know what's safe and what isn't safe, and buzzing by someone isn't safe as opposed to moving over and giving them enough room. The distance just wouldn't be provable in the courts.
Thank you. If I could follow up on that, please, through the chair. That would mean that there is actually discretion in the officer's hands as to what is reasonable. So it could actually be less than 1.5 or more than 1.5, depending on the circumstance, the roadway, and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. With no distance, we'd take everything into account: weather, road conditions, lighting, all of that stuff, and it could be even more of a distance required to be safe. Absolutely.
Thank you. As a cyclist, you're my new best friend. That's it's really good to hear. I appreciate all of these recommendations. I understand David's concern about cyclists being prohibited from Ring Road. The idea is that from an efficiency standpoint, our goal should make roads more accessible to more kinds of transportation. And I think we're going to have this conversation further when we talk about e-scooters and other active modes of transportation. I have an undertaking for administration should this pass, and that is from the education and communication standpoint. It would be helpful to have mapping and wayfinding to indicate which roads are not permissible for cyclists. And so the education component is, for instance, if you're leaving town and you're going on a long distance cycle, how do you get out of town if you can't take the Ring Road? It would be very helpful to have maps and some indication on what's the ideal destination to follow. I guess my comment to traffic being slowed, I don't see that being a problem, especially when it's a safety concern. I also think this is an incentive to expand and invest further in our dedicated cycling infrastructure. If there's road rage, that is a problem for the driver being angry behind the wheel, not the cyclist. So I do support this, and I'm looking forward to some of the other work that administration has in store when it comes to making the city more accessible for cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm going to move an amendment as follows, which is, quote, that amendment number 7 be removed from Appendix A. And I would ask the Deputy Clerk to bring that up before I discuss it. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to Councillor LeBlanc's motion to remove amendment number 7, restricting bicycles from the Ring Road?
I'll second, Andrew.
Councillor Stevens has seconded. We are now not speaking to the main motion. We're now speaking to the amendment about allowing bicycles on the Ring Road. I can't hear you. Councillor LeBlanc, could you speak to the amendment now, please?
Yeah, thank you. So in large part, I just want to echo what we heard from Bike Regina this afternoon. So that is, occasionally there are very good reasons to bike on that section of Ring Road, and cyclists are able to decide what's safe for them. So flagged it for me. I myself have ridden that section of Ring Road several times. So the way it's come up for me is if you cycle west of town on the 1 out to, Belle Plaine or Moose Jaw, something like that, and you're coming back in by Harbor Landing, a lot of cyclists, myself included, will take Ring Road to Wascana Parkway, and then you come back in through the university lands and then around to the lakes. It's a beautiful ride, lots of people out, lots of club rides in summer, and I would just say, in my experience, it has a very good shoulder. It's quite safe, notably compared to the highway, but also compared to a lot of roads in town, including, College, Albert, Winnipeg, roads like that. So I'd say it's safe cycling. It's a road that gets used a fair amount by our clubs, and we ought to be encouraging that kind of thing and trusting cyclists to look out for themselves, which they do a good job of. Thanks, I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I'm going to ask administration to speak to removal of the amendment. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So the primary reason this amendment was put in is for safety. And I think when you look at the traffic flow on, I'm not going to refer to it as Ring Road, as it's referred to as Highway 1A now. You have vehicles moving on that highway at 100 to 110 kilometers an hour. You have a lot of on-off ramps, and you have a lot of merging traffic. And when the traffic bylaw group had a look at this. That was one of the main concerns that came forward. I'll let Mr. Warren add further comment.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. Just to further speak to Mr. Honorate's comments, the section of Ring Road that we are considering here in Amendment 7 is the northern half of Ring Road. So we're talking about Pasqua Street North, and then heading east and then southbound and ending at Victoria Avenue. So that is the short section within Ring Road and kind of within the city limits, or within the city's kind of interior, and we are not including the rest of the section, which is now referred to as 1A, which goes further to the south to Wascana Parkway and the University, and then out Highway number 1 west in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. And thank you, Mr. Onright. I believe I have Councillor Stadnicek who wishes to speak to the amendment.
I'm sorry, no, I was going to speak to the report, not the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Findura, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
That's me, yes. Okay, here we go. Mayor Masters, that is exactly, I won't be able to support this because for that same reason, and I have it written down here, and I did make some trips up and down Ring Road, and there are exits and off ramps and on ramps, and the speed is high, and there are I can see going from Victoria going to the south to the southwest. There's nothing one that might be challenging. On the other way, we're from Pasco all the way down to Victoria Avenue. There's many of them that are very challenging, and the vehicles are moving out of, especially the on ramps. They already are even if they are on ramp or off ramp, they're already picking up speed, which is by law. You have to. You're already at 100 kilometers an hour going and trying to merge into the 100 kilometer hour traffic. So the reaction time of a cyclist, if someone's not paying attention, or a driver, don't say we're not perfect. We don't want to be perfect. The paying attention to what's going on. There is the aspect of having problems. So I will not support this. I do agree with the administration's analysis on that, and that stretch of highway is very difficult and it's dangerous.
Thank you,
So
Councillor.
Yeah, no, for that I'm not supporting this. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask if administration has checked accessibility of the industrial lands for any route other than the Ring Road for people who wish to use multimodal transportation. It has to do with the amendment because, of course, I think Ring Road might be the only access road. Just wondering.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, no, I don't believe we have looked at alternative routes at this time. I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. Specifically, access to the industrial area. I mean, there are certain ways in, Ross Avenue, McDonald Street, 9th Avenue North, things like that. So there are definitely points into the industrial area. And as part of the further information and research that we want to do in terms of restricting any roadways is, to Councillor Stevens' point, look at different points of wayfinding and different opportunities to get into various areas of the city. So that is something that we will be working on moving forward. But specifically, there are other ways into those areas. And I'll maybe ask Ms. Kaleem if she has anything to add to that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have anything else to add.
Thanks. Just to follow up, when you say ways into the area, they've all considered the bike method, the new bylaw, and getting connection between the two. I did have a couple of cycling enthusiasts reach out to me who commute to work, pointing out problems. Unfortunately, they're not my routes to follow, so I haven't remembered the ins and outs of how the routes went. I'm just wondering that they were actually examined in reference to bicycle mode of transportation.
Mr. Warren, can you speak to that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I guess specific analysis of various access points into the different areas of the city. I don't think we have done that, a fulsome review of that. And again, that's going to be part of the future work on the wayfinding. It probably would be helpful just to understand, the areas that, the residents were looking to access as part of that work.
Thank you.
Any further questions to the amendment? I have one. Administration, is there any limitation on the age that if this amendment were to pass and there was no restriction to Ring Road, is there a limitation to the age of an individual riding a bike on the Ring Road?
Through your worship, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Don't ask Councillor LeBlanc.
I apologize, Councillor LeBlanc. Do you want to close off the vote?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, maybe just a few quick comments, which is I've heard a couple concerns raised about removing Amendment 7. I think one relates to cyclist safety. I would just emphasize cyclists are, responsible for their own safety. If we go out on a road, we know there's a shoulder that's up to us to ride safely. Many of the cyclists on this are going out to the highway. They're experienced riders, so I think they're aware of the risks and they take it. Second is recreation. I think it's important for us to be able to use the summer months the way folks would like to, and this is part of that. And then I think the third one, maybe just to Mayor Masters' most recent comment about cycling safety for children, is I could certainly think of roads in Regina that the proposed amendments don't prohibit. That would strike me as more dangerous. So College, Winnipeg, Albert immediately come to mind, and we're not prohibiting riding on those roads, and I don't think we ought to here. We know cyclists take care of themselves within the rules set out, and I think they'll continue to do it here, and we should emphasize and encourage folks getting outside for long rides. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
With respect to the amendment, I will begin with Councillor LeBlanc, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Carries 6-5. Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're back to the main motion, and I do believe Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Thanks. All I would like to do right now is I'd like to move an amendment to the report. I've already provided it to the city clerk. Basically, I'd like to amend it to incorporate position number 9 be carried through, that people ride to the farthest right available lane when operating a bicycle, just to ensure safety. We're not inhibiting any traffic flow or making unreasonable limits to how we can move around our city. And I think this has been a normal procedure for motorists and cyclists forever. And I think when we're teaching common sense and we're setting up new rules, we should follow the common sense we've learned. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli requires a seconder for his motion.
I'll second that.
Councillor Shaw. Oh, sorry.
Findura.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks. I thought I already did, but maybe I had my mute on. I was just saying that for long to be operating vehicles, this has been an ongoing common sense rule we followed. I think that I don't want to inhibit the flow of traffic, and I don't want to put cyclists in undue danger. I think this kind of fixates where we're supposed to be paying attention and what's expected of both bikes and cars, and it allows freer moving of traffic in a more safe manner.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc to the amendment.
Thank you. Just one point about how this amendment, if passed, would fit with existing parts of Appendix A, especially Amendment 3. So it strikes me right now Amendment 3 says a car can't pass a bike in the same lane. If that's put together with this one, what we would have is the bike at the extreme right side of the lane, maybe swerving in and out to dodge vehicles, and still under the bylaw, no vehicle can use that lane to pass them. They're still either in a second lane or waiting for a shot. So it's not obvious to me the two fit together. And frankly, I like Amendment 3 more. I think that's a fair balance between cyclists and motorists. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any other members of council wish to speak to Councillor Mancinelli's amendment?
Councillor Bresciani, I do have a question.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli, to your amendment, can you just explain this piece that you're bringing forward compared to what the amendment is? What are the changes compared to how does it affect the amendments here? Not just 3, but the ones that you are in the report.
I guess overall it follows the viewpoint that slower moving objects should move in the farthest right available path or lane. This keeps bikes and cars separated in points of interaction. It's also, like I said, the common sense rule we've all followed since we've been driving. So I think that while we're setting out what our expectations are of cars and bikes, it's just good common sense to kind of incorporate that and move that through. Just to Dan's point, sorry, Councillor. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what he said. With Amendment 3, the comment that when passing and occupying the lane, administration pointed out that when there's no yellow line painted, that there is an ability to move to the left and pass. This just makes sure that there's further room between the two, or there's always intended to be further room between the two different parties for less chance of interaction.
Thank you. So are you suggesting this amendment be instead of these amendments here, or just adding this amendment?
Adding it to.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to clarify this because that Amendment 9 does talk about when you're that it would, the exemption would be if you're executing a left turn, because sometimes it takes a while in traffic for a bicycle to get in a position to be in the left lane in order to do a left turn. I'm just sort of wondering if there would be some difficulties if there's a requirement to remain in the right lane. So I'm not sure if that's a question to administration, if they could clarify that, because I do think it does take some time to transition to a left lane in order to make a left turn when you're on a bike.
Can I speak to that?
Councillor Mancinelli, apologies. What did you say?
I asked if I could speak to that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
For everything we've been discussing here so far, my best understanding is this is the best intentions. It's not meant to be prescriptive. I don't think Regina Police are going to hunt down people for infringing on these different rules unless there's a problem evident that they have to address. The same with this. I think it's an intention and not a prescriptive movement, but I'll let administration go.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Unright?
Through your worship. So just for clarification, if I understand this correctly, this is just bringing Amendment 9 back in?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask Constable Kerwatz to comment from an enforcement side, whether or not this conflicts with the other amendments. Administration had recommended further research be done before 8 and 9 be brought into effect.
Hi, it's Councilor Krautz here. What exactly is the question you'd like me to comment on?
Councillor Stanichuk?
So my question is, because when you're on a bicycle, it does take some time in traffic to move into the proper lane to do a left turn, the left lane. You might be traveling in the left lane for some time. So this amendment where you have to stay in the right lane, I'm assuming would create problems for being able to execute a left turn. So that's, I guess my question is how that would be viewed from a traffic safety perspective if someone stayed in the left lane.
It would depend on how long they stayed in the left lane for. If the rider planned on turning left in the same block that they're in and they moved over to make the safe lane change to prepare for their move, then we wouldn't do any enforcement on that because it's the safe and proper way to ride the bike. If they stayed in the left lane and rode 3 blocks before they were making their left turn, that's where we might have an issue with holding up traffic and impeding the flow of traffic. So it's a situational basis, and common sense would prevail.
Okay, thank you.
That's all you have, Councillor Stanichuk?
Well, I guess, excuse me, further to Mr. Onright's question, I think he did ask as well if there was a conflict, if there was a viewed conflict between Amendment 9 and 3.
Mr. Onright?
And that's yes.
So before I get to that question, I'll just point out that Amendment 9 has no fine established for it, so just keeping that in mind. I'm going to ask Ms. Lemieux to comment as to whether or not, in the current state of Amendment 9, whether we see it as a conflict to Amendment 3.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as it's written currently, because we don't have the further research to add to it, I don't foresee a conflict with Amendment 3, but I may ask Constable Kravitz to add his enforcement opinion to this report, to this question.
My apologies. I am working from home today, so I don't have everything with me. Can somebody just refresh my memory as to what Amendment 3 and what Amendment 9 are, please?
Yes, sir. I'll have Mr. Onright.
So Amendment 3 is prohibiting the driver of a motor vehicle from passing a cyclist in the same lane that the cyclist is occupying. And we currently have established a fine of $85 to that. And Amendment 9 is requiring cyclists riding at a speed slower than normal and reasonable flow of motor vehicle traffic to ride as near to the right of the right through the lane as is safe, with exemptions for all road hazards, including fixed objects, parking or moving vehicles, and road surface hazards. B, when operating in a bicycle-only lane, protected bicycle lane, advisory bicycle lane, or upon a cycle track or mixed-use path. C, executing a left turn. D, overtaking another vehicle or a cyclist traveling in the same direction. And E, the one-way roads with more than one lane. Cyclists may also ride as near to the left side of the left lane as is safe.
No, I don't see us having a conflict with that in terms of how would we enforce and what we would do as police officers out on the roadway. Again, it comes down to common sense and officer discretion as well. There are various roads where it's single lane, but the width of the roads are different. So we'd have to take that everything would be taken into account So would there be a conflict? No, I don't think there would be a conflict.
Councillor Stadnichuk?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. I won't be able to support this amendment, and I just want to draw the attention of council to page 9 of the report, which is some of the reasons why that recommendation number 9 or item 9 is not recommended. Is that less experienced cyclists may feel obligated to occupy portions of the road that are more hazardous because of a misinterpretation, and requiring cyclists to use a vacant parking lane may cause a cyclist to have to weave in and out of traffic, and that is more dangerous. So there's good reasons supplied by administration why they did not recommend proceeding with Amendment 9, and I'm happy to support administration's recommendations on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just want to speak to the amendment of the amendment. I'd like to bring in an amendment. Can I go ahead? Uh-oh. Oh, I froze. Did somebody freeze?
Yeah, no. Councillor Shaw,
Sorry.
could you speak to what the amendment to the amendment is you're looking to do?
So I want to move to eliminate number 3, since there is number 1 already. And number 1, and then have number 9 stay. Number 1 kind of, what it is number 1 is that you're driving responsible. So it kind of eliminates number 3, and then number 9 says to stay right. So does that make sense?
Sorry, hang on one moment. Oh, you know what, Councillor Shaw? We're just dealing with Mancinelli's amendment, Councillor Mancinelli's amendment right now. So if you wanted to speak in support of or against Councillor Mancinelli's amendment, that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, so if I want to, if I want to make another amendment, I speak after his amendment. Is this
correct? After we vote on Councillor Mancinelli's amendment.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani on the amendment.
Thank you. I can't support this either, just for the reasons stated by other councillors. It is very difficult to bring in an amendment like this and trying to weed through the other amendments and understand the impacts. So for that reason, I cannot support this. We are talking about bicycle safety, and it is critical that we understand the depth of this. So I have some other questions when it's my turn to speak, because I have not spoken to the main motion, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli, I see no other questions. You want to close off debate?
Basically, the road's used for transportation to get us places. I'm fully in support of bicycles sharing the road with cars, and it should have been a long time ago. But with that, we also have certain things we do on the road, and one of them is we move to the right when we're moving slower than everyone else, and this kind of falls in line with that. Would I be out of order to include a fine amount with this amendment to make it properly worded and executed, or is it too late to do that right now?
I'll ask the city clerk. You can do that, Councillor Mancinelli, but it does reopen debate on the motion.
Okay, I'll just assign a $100 fine to it. It seems to be in the mid-range of what the fines associated are, and I don't know if that would actually cause anyone to open up again, but I'll put it there and we'll see where it goes.
Councillor Fundura, would you second this, the attachment of the fine?
Sure.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to the fine being attached to this amendment? Thank you very much. I will have the city clerk call the vote on the amendment.
With respect to Councillor Mancinelli's amendment, I will begin with him, please.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed?
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins.
I'm sorry, opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor, Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment is defeated 5-6, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll return to the main motion. Councillor Ventura, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. It's a great debate, and I would have to say I am all in favor of all modes of transportation. We want to achieve that, but at the same time, Mayor Masters, we want to be careful what we're trying to achieve and the final goal we want to land on. And I will bring it, first of all, I'll bring that to recommendation 3, I believe, which is causing most stress here. I will speak to it. Is what Councillor Mancinelli did with the amendment, it's already in the provincial highway safety, move to the right. Amendment 3, it defeats the total purpose. Yellow line, you can't cross, you can't move. It becomes College Avenue, Winnipeg Street, Broadway Avenue, any of the streets that carry a lot of traffic, Dudney Avenue, carry a lot of traffic. It's going to cause, I understand that, it's going to cause chaos. If I'm passing a cyclist in the residential area, there's no yellow line, middle of the road, it's safe to pass, that doesn't impact it. With safety, I can pass that. This doesn't solve, Amendment 3 solves nothing to enhance the cyclist experience on the road. Yes, if comments were made that drivers should not be driving if they have an issue of anger of some sort, but that's bigger issue than just that. This is where a slower vehicle. Another thing for me is the bicycles that are on the road are not flagged, that are very visible. They have no reflect. Not every. There may be a percentage, small percentage. Even in the evening, you see a lot of bicycles that are on the road. They are not in the proper gear attire on reflective or lights. Driving on a bicycle with the dark clothes. And it becomes very difficult. Ross Avenue, another one. Cyclists did get killed there. It's a 70-kilometer, no shoulder. There is no sidewalk. We got to be careful what we dealing with here. Making fines. So I'll get to number 3. I'm just going to carry on with my 5 minutes here. How are we going to police this? We're already taxing the police in many other things. We voted at the budget time, when we know what happened there, we are asking police to do more work, and it's not necessary. There were already laws and bylaws there. Education of bicycles, how other cyclists or bicycles are they licensed? All of those things are not even being presented here. Traffic flow, it concerns me. When you're following cyclists all the way down, let's just pick Dudney Avenue. You're going from let's say Park Street all the way down to Winnipeg. There's nowhere to pass. And so that means that the traffic will be backed up all the way as far as maybe the highway. So, but that's not there. I understand the cyclists are very important. In my younger days, I still try to get on the bicycle and go around. But we have to be careful on that aspect. So let's just continue here. We need to look at this with more open eyes and see, and especially with the higher than 50-kilometer roads. That is dangerous. Yes, there are two lanes on Albert Street and 2 lanes on Victoria Avenue. I understand all those things. That education is going to be crucial. But we can't just all of a sudden. And one question I'm going to ask. I know we've been talking about this. I've been part of this for a while. We've been talking about it. How well is our community informed on what is going on today? To you, Mayor Masters.
Councillor Fundura, were you moving an amendment?
I am going to, yes. I need to ask a quick question first about, I know this has been consulted and all that. How well the community has been consulted about this? Because I did get messages saying, what are you trying to prove here? What are you doing? So I'm just want to ask the question: has the city been consulted in the high level and the depths of what this will create?
Mr. Onright, thank you, Councillor Fundura. Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So the committee had asked administration to consult with the bike groups in Regina. That's what administration did. This has been also put through the traffic bylaw working group, which involves RPS and our traffic engineers. It's important to understand that the passing, when you have 2 lanes of traffic, you can move into the left-hand lane to pass the cyclist. As our engineer, Ms. Lemieux, had noted, there is no credible evidence that this change or this amendment coming forward will impede traffic flow. And in the education campaign, which is already in the budget, we have $30,000. This would be messaged to the general public. We would work with RPS so that through their education program in the schools, this would also be a part of their education program.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Onright. Mayor Masters, I do want to put an amendment, but first I'd like to ask the constable. I understand the 2 lanes, like let's say Arcola Avenue or Victoria, the 2 lanes. That is no big issue. But my biggest issue is with the single lane one way and single lane the other way. And with this Amendment 3 saying you cannot pass the cyclist because you would have to go across the yellow line. I would like to ask the constable, in his opinion, what would that create? I mean, I'm looking at it. What would that create? I mean, if someone's coming, let's say, take a Broadway Avenue from Park Street over into Winnipeg, and if you cannot pass the cyclist anywhere from that area, so I'm thinking 15 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe on a cyclist to go from Park Street to Winnipeg. What would that create?
Well, again, like my previous answer, it's situational and depending on where the roadways are. The specific wording in the Traffic Safety Act says they can't cross a solid yellow line. So if there is no solid yellow line there, which a majority of the Regina roads do not have solid yellow lines, they're okay as long as they're safely moving over, as long as there's no traffic coming in the opposite direction, and they're giving the bike the proper space. They're okay to move over and go past. If there's a solid yellow line, yes, we have a different situation there because then they can't cross the solid yellow line. And that's where I spoke earlier regarding is the bike traveling a block or is the bike traveling multiple blocks where it's blocking traffic? Just like a slow moving vehicle or something, we would expect if they're traveling a long distance and holding up traffic to move over and allow traffic to go by. Because if they don't, then they're driving or riding at a speed that impedes the flow of traffic. If it's for a 1 block period, not an issue. Anything longer than that, then the cyclist, not just the motor, we're talking about cycling safety, but the cyclists also have to take the safe route and maybe move over and allow vehicles to pass as well. So if there's no solid yellow line, which is a majority of the roads, it's not going to be an issue. They can move over and move past the bicycle.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have one more question.
Councillor. Councillor Shaw, I'm going to warn you, you only have about 30 seconds left, just so you know. If you want to move an amendment, I would suggest that go forward.
You talk, Mayor Master, you talking to me?
Apologize, Councillor Fundura.
Oh boy, I've changed my voice all of a sudden. So my amendment, I got one more question to the officer is that, so then what happens on that solid yellow line? I mean, there are lines I can see, picturing Broadway Avenue has a medium, so there's no solid yellow line. So Mayor Masters, I'm gonna move amendment to remove number 3, the way it's written, because that does not solve the problem of cyclists or motorists moving to the city in a proper manner, and probably substitute that with partially number 9 to keeping to the right. That doesn't mean that the cyclist has to weave from car to car. You can, and I believe there's a recommendation where it speaks to opening a car door without due care and attention. There's already recommendation there. So that will protect that part. If someone just swings the door open, if I'm riding a bike down the right, so if you got the 9-foot wide or 11-foot wide road, I'm riding on that 10-foot piece of road going west, and the vehicle still can pass me. So I like to take the amendment 3, remove it completely from that, and substitute it with staying to the right of the lane.
Councillor Fundura, just one moment. I just have to check on a procedural issue with the clerks.
Councillor Fundura, it's the clerk. We won't have any problem writing your amendment to remove number 3 of the proposals, but what we require is for you to specify specifically what you are now looking to also include, because this has been a very long and it's getting very complex in the discussion here, and we're having trouble knowing exactly what it is you want to include.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. Clerk, then by looking at other amendments, there are already provisions on how you handle and behave on the road. For me to support this, I would want to just completely remove 3, not adding anything else in, because in the provisions of what's in here, there's a lot of good work already in here. This one gives me trouble because it puts too much stress and difficulties on certain roads, and even education with that part, the education will not solve what we're trying to achieve. So I'm just going to ask for complete removal of number 3, and then later on we can, as administration has talked about 8 and 9, we could add something into it. But so far right now, 3 doesn't belong. Even when Councillor mentioned about staying to the right, 3 doesn't solve anything for us. So I would like to just plain remove it. If I can get a seconder on that.
Bresciani.
So, Councillor Bresciani, or Councillor Fundura, it's the clerk again, just for my own clarification and that, so we can make sure we know what we're doing here. The report in front of you on the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6, that references Amendment 3. That is what you are looking to remove, correct?
Correct. That is correct, yes.
That's fine. So we know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can...
Thanks. We'll start. Councillor Fundura, you open the discussion on the amendment that's been seconded. If you feel that you've spoken already, we can just pass it on and you can close.
Yes, we have a seconder, right?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm good. And if I need to, if you give me a chance after, I can close. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. I believe Councillor Bresciani on the amendment.
Your Worship, I support the amendment. I'm going to keep it very short. We've talked about it. I think we all understand what it is, the whole purpose of this, and it's very clear cut. I don't think I need to elaborate. I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanichuk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. I have a question before I make a comment to the constable through you, Mayor Masters. I'm just sort of wondering how often police do deal with problems, like with whether or not this is I think he has already outlined that where there's 2 lanes, Dewdney Avenue has 2 lanes, that there's usually not a problem for passing cyclists. But I'm just wondering if the constable would tell us whether or not there's been, there are very many issues in terms of traffic flow on this particular proposal.
In terms of a bike in a single lane holding up vehicles?
Yes.
Not too many to my knowledge that we have had to deal with, no.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I would just like to say that I'm opposed to this. I am not the most avid cyclist, but I do ride my bike as much as possible. And I find the route that I consider safe for me to take. And I often am passed by a vehicle and end up at the same traffic light as them. So them passing me does not really hold up traffic they don't get that further ahead. So I don't see the necessity of this, of removing this. I see it as an important amendment that we should have for the safety of the cyclists. And again, I do not feel very safe riding my bike really close to parked cars. So I want to be able to have the space in the lane. And when I'm on my bike, I'm a vehicle and should follow the same rules, and other vehicles should follow the same traffic rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I also will not be supporting this amendment. And I just want to draw attention to why this amendment is included in why do we have this recommendation for Amendment 3 is to ensure motorists have a clear understanding of the right of cyclists to operate as a vehicle in a traveling lane where no dedicated cycling lanes exist. So that's a really important distinction here. As Councillor Stanichuk mentioned, a person on a bike is a vehicle and deserves the same rights on the road as other vehicles. And if we are truly serious about creating a more accessible and sustainable community, then we will ensure that we are putting provisions in place to make cycling safer for as many residents as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any other questions with regard to Councillor Fundura's amendment to remove amendment number 3 from the report? I have one if no one else does. Mr. Onright, could you help me understand Appendix B as it relates to jurisdictional review? Am I to understand that there is no other jurisdiction that we reviewed that has a rule in place to prohibit a vehicle from passing a cyclist in the same lane that the cyclist is occupying?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Did we contact these jurisdictions to understand why they have not provided their own cyclists and they're all Saskatoon, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver are all very much in support of alternative forms of transportation and active lifestyles. And so did we contact these jurisdictions to understand why they do not have an amendment like this within their bylaws?
Through your worship, I'm not sure specific to this issue, but I will ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would defer this question to either Ms. Kaleem or Ms. Lemieux in terms of the research on the report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, we did not contact each municipality with respect to the jurisdictional review. Rather, we reviewed the provincial acts and the municipal guidelines. Did not find it in there. Although, if you will note in the appendix, there would also be other regulations that might have covered some of the same information, including some areas with passing distance regulations.
Thank you, that's all. I'll give this back to Councillor Fundura to close debate.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Yeah, no, this number 3 is giving me trouble for that particular reason. I understand everyone's feeling on it, and I absolutely do believe mode of transportation and walkable and all that community stuff. I get it. No worries whatsoever. This particular amendment's giving me a sleepless night. And by the way, Dudney Avenue going from Broad Street West, it's two-lane both ways. Winnipeg going all the way down to Prince of Wales is one lane, one way, one lane the other way. So we've got a half of that area, only one lane. And what gives me trouble, Mayor Master, is the fines. And I asked that question, education is better than fines. I understand that fines are fines, but this is going to be quite a challenging thing here. Again, it's going to be like a by complaint bylaw. And so when I made a comment about bicycles should be registered, licensed to be on the road, I will stick to that. If it's $5, $10 with the plate on it, that I can tell if I'm passing someone that I have some kind of a reference. There should be an antenna, a flag, should be, if you're on a road, you should be protected as well. So I do believe if questions or comments made that the cyclists are mode of transportation, I agree. I got it. But when someone's riding with no helmet, someone's riding with the black shirt on and slip-ons, I have a problem. If we're going to be doing one thing, we're going to do other stuff as well. So that's the reason I wanted to take that out, because it doesn't make sense to be in there. There are other provisions that are there already protecting the cyclists. This one doesn't at all. So, and biggest thing too is the fines. And then one question I had, Mayor Masters, is we're going to be taxing the police with more work that we're going to be in big trouble that way. So if anybody wants to talk about budget for next year or year after that or whenever this goes, it's going to be even bigger. That's all I have to say. So we're all pulling a lot of stuff on the police again with certain things that we could figure out much easier how to move about and to cooperate and work together. And so I would hope that this will be taken out and reworked it in such a manner that everyone is safe on the road. Motorcycles, bicycles, tricycles, whatever you want to talk about. Thank you very much, Mayor Master, for allowing me to close.
Thank you for closing. Councillor Fundura, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to Councillor Fundura's amendment, I will begin with him, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment is defeated 5-6. Mayor?
We have a mandatory legislated break at 3:15. we will be coming back to the main motion in 15 minutes. I'll see you all back here at 3:30. Thank you. Safety and passing. I believe Councillor Bresciani, you are up.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the officer that's here today. How would we enforce options amendments 1 and 2 in the fact that it's requiring the driver of the vehicle to drive in a manner that is reasonable and prudent? And number 2 would be the same for the cyclist for reasonable and prudency. So how would that be enforced? I would just need some more information on that, please.
Reasonable and prudent would be enforced based on primarily on our observations. Like most traffic laws out there, they're not through complaints from other citizens. They are enforced through officers being out on the roadway driving around. So it would be something that we would see, what we would observe, and what we would have to articulate to the courts as to why we didn't feel it was reasonable and prudent. So 99% of the enforcement out there is based off of police officers' observations.
Okay. When it comes down to the fine process, though, do those actually hold up in court if there's no guidelines in place? It's just kind of on the thoughts of what an officer has seen.
Absolutely. Almost everything out there is based off of what an officer has seen, and we do. They are upheld in court more often than not. Absolutely. So the fines do. Sometimes the justice on the bench will amend the fine based on a person's circumstances, but for the majority, the fines that are set are imposed in the courts.
So I'll give you an example. So you, Madam Chair, a fellow goes through, tries to pull over, but gets the edge of the puddle. There's a biker, maybe close by. Would that be deemed by the officer to say, hey, that would be fine? That would be again $100 fine. Be deemed that he saw that this individual was going through a puddle and splashed. Is that kind of what you're saying, to you, Madam Chair?
Well, again, it's going to be based on situational. If I observed a person attempting to pull over, attempting to slow down while going past the cyclist, and he still struck a puddle, no, I'm not, because he made every attempt he could to move out of the way. Sometimes the puddles here in Regina, we've all been on the roads, they're the width of the roadway. There's no way to avoid the puddle. If they tried to slow down, if they tried to move over, absolutely that would be taken into account. And it might be a conversation with the driver rather than a fine. It's one of those things where we have discretion as to whether or not we lay the traffic ticket or not. If someone just barreled through at 50 kilometers an hour and hit the puddle, yes, they would be getting the fine, absolutely. Fines can be used for us as educational purposes as well. I know we've talked a lot about education, and that's one of the things where if we do pull over, I've been doing this for a long time, we pull over, we talk to somebody, but we will educate them that if you were involved in something like this again and another officer, you could possibly face a fine of whatever set dollars it was, and that's part of the education process we use as well. So it's circumstantial based on if we would lay the fine or not. Education part of it would be part of it as well.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, with all of these changes, and if they do come in, I guess this could be either for the officer or staff. Is there going to be a time where we actually give residents an understanding, because this is all going to be new to them, an awareness, education awareness, and some time to maybe some warnings as well, to understand this whole new policy that we're looking at for fining drivers around bikes?
Mr. Onright?
I'll speak. Oh, sorry.
No,
sorry,
go
Mr.
ahead,
Onright,
Constable. Go ahead, Constable.
I'll speak to that just on a policing side of things. Many of the new laws that have come in the past few years, whether it be heavy truck routes or some of the other amendments that have made, U-turns in school zones, all that kind of stuff that has passed, we do generally what's called a soft enforcement for the first few months, which is we pull over, we warn, we advise that starting on this date, we will be enforcing fines for this. We put it out in our media, our social media. in conjunction with the city as well as other groups that goes out in media as well. So we do an educational piece before we start enforcing any new laws that are out there, because we do know that the people need time to hear those laws, get used to those laws, and understand those laws. Okay, great, thank you. On amendment number 4, I have a question and I just need some clarity. An example, out here on Arcola Avenue, if there's someone biking on Arcola, and someone is driving, there's double lanes, someone is driving in the lane right beside there's not really a bike lane, it's just a side, whatever, just the end of the road. So is that deemed then, if there's no bike lane, it's not really a bike lane, it's just the end of the road, how does that clear? Because that's not an actual bike lane. So how does that work with number 4? And would they be ticketed if they're going in the adjacent lane, or would they have to pull over and get into the second lane? And the second piece to that is, as it reads, could be some concerns that there could be a traffic flow that could cause more accidents. I don't know, but I would like clarity on number 4, please.
Mr. Onright, Constable, I'll have Mr. Onright clarify what number 4 is for you.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Lemieux to comment on the details on Arcola Avenue, and then maybe Constable Krowitz can talk to the enforcement piece.
Thank you. Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. For Amendment 4 for Arcola Avenue, we are saying that we are trying to limit motorists from passing cyclists at speeds for posted speeds that are exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. There's currently only one section of Arcola as you enter the city that is posted at 80 kilometers per hour. And so therefore, if you're going through a posted 80 zone, you could only pass the cyclist at 70. I can also let Ms. Kaleem comment if she has any additional information for that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. In this case, I would ask Constable Kravitz just to clarify as to whether the shoulder would be considered a lane by RPS in their enforcement. However, presuming it is not, then there would be no requirement to change speeds. And in particular, if there was a cyclist in the driving lane, as long as the driver changed lanes, they also wouldn't need to slow down. But I will ask Constable Kravitz to comment on the shoulder definition as per the bylaw and how enforcement would proceed with that. No, the shoulder wouldn't be considered a driving lane, so the same rules of the road wouldn't apply for that. A shoulder is just that, it's a shoulder. It's not intended for vehicle use, and when I say vehicle, I mean bicycles as well, in terms of driving. So if there was somebody over there, obviously we'd expect, just like when someone's pulled over on the side of the road, to use some common sense and move over, but we wouldn't use that as a driving lane, which would require someone to slow down if they were on the shoulder of the road. We would hope that they would move over, of course, the same as we hope they do the same for us. When we have someone stopped on the road, we hope that they move over and slow down when they go past us. Yes, it's law for us to slow to 60, and this would be something similar if it was in law, that they had to slow down to 70 kilometers an hour in an 80 zone. We'd force it in the exact same way. And that's through speed enforcement when people are driving by areas of a cyclist. A little bit harder than with vehicles, because you have to be out there when the cyclists are out there, and we generally don't follow cyclists around on the road to make sure they're safe. But just for clarification, no, the shoulder would not be used. If there was 2 lanes where you could safely move over and pass, also consideration would be taken for that as well. In terms of slowing down or not, depending on how the law was worded.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my question, is that if there is 2 lanes, which Arcola has, but there's nothing in here that says that the motorist would have to kind of pull into the other lane. Is that accurate? through the chair.
I did get it emailed to me, so I'm just reading through it here really quick.
Oh, sure.
It says, when two or more lanes of travel in the same direction exist, the vehicle is traveling in at least one full lane away from the cyclist occupying the shoulder. So it is specific to the cyclist occupying the shoulder to move one full lane away, which would mean then technically it would be, let's say, a 2-lane road like Arcola. We have a right lane and a left lane just for ease of directions. And then the shoulder to the right, as long as they were one clear lane away. So not driving in the lane. So we would expect them to move over.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, that's a safety as well. I think that it has to be educated and has to be promoted that way so everybody is aware that these policy changes are coming forth. The only reason I just have for administration, last question, in the Appendix B, number 4 was not, by any other jurisdiction, number 4 was not recommended or has been done. Why would we recommend number 4?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So through consultation with the biking groups and our traffic bylaw group, this was considered a safety issue, and that recommendation came forward as a result of those discussions.
Okay, and just to that number 4 in the amendment 4 on page 6, it does say that there might be some impacts to the traffic flow where there are high volumes of traffic operating on those high-speed roadways, and vehicles are not able to change the lanes subsequently, which may reduce the speed or cause, I'm assuming could cause some kind of a, depending on how busy they are. But obviously our city staff did not feel that was a safety concern.
Through your worship, no, we did not.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk?
Sorry, no, I am fine.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura, you actually cannot speak. You've already spoken to the main motion prior to introducing your amendment, so I'm going to pass by that. I see no other speakers. Prior to having closed off debate, I do have a question. With the inclusion of the amendment that allows for bicycle traffic on the ring road, Mr. Onright, could you please answer the question then, or Constable, that the maximum passing speed would be you have to switch a lane and you have to drop to 70 kilometers per hour on the ring road?
Through your worship, I believe that is correct. I'll ask the constable to confirm, or Miss Lemieux.
No, the way we've discussed it is that if, let's say, for example, again, we'll use someone riding on the right shoulder again. If you're passing in the right lane, you need to slow down because you're in the lane directly adjacent to them. If you're passing in the left lane, so there's a lane in between you, you can continue on at the posted speed limit.
Sorry, I'll turn my mic on. Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close off debate?
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The main motion carries 6-5, Mayor.
Thank you. Communication MN 21-2. We have communications on the next items from Bonnie Cummings Vicarias, Dean and Lynn Ask, Deborah McDonald, Elizabeth and Greg Popowich, Jim and Jeanette Vogel, Robert and Velvet Newman, and Sandra Palandre. Can I have someone to move and receive and file CP 21-13, 21-14, 21-15, 21-16, 21-17, 21-18, and 21-19? Councillor Bresciani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please?
Hawkins.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you. I would like to call upon Delegation Kathy Cockburn from Creative Options Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cockburn.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. My name is Kathy Coburn, and I'm speaking on behalf of Creative Options Regina, also known as CORE. I want to speak to you today specifically about a program called Short Breaks. You'll find Short Breaks listed as an inclusive program on the City of Regina website. Excuse me. And it is one program in which the city partners with community-based organizations serving in the disability community. Short Breaks exemplifies many of the points contained in this motion before you. This successful collaboration of 4 partners, City of Regina, Hope's Home, Inclusion Regina, and CORE, is an example of what is accomplished when like-minded organizations work together for common goals. With guidance from families and persons experiencing intellectual disabilities, each organization had identified gaps in service delivery. Yet each organization working independently struggled for a long time, eager to fill these gaps but lacking particular resources to follow through. By coming together, partners offer their organizational strengths to the collective, with perhaps the greatest shared strength being our desire to create stronger responses to community needs. Short Breaks is indeed that program, a collaboration by community-based organizations, government and community, that effectively addresses immediate needs for high-quality programming for the people we serve, and Short Breaks for care providers. Short Breaks is an intergenerational program open to persons experiencing intellectual or cognitive disability. It engages people from all demographics across our community in a social setting while building inclusive community through leisure, educational, and recreational activities. Naturally, CORE would be pleased to share why the program was created, how it was developed, and why it continues to enjoy growth and success. We'll be happy to participate in future explorations the City of Regina may undertake should this motion receive your support. In today's discussion, however, I think it will benefit you to hear comments from those most critically affected. One participant of Short Breaks writes, quote, "When COVID-19 started back in March 2020, every program and everything else, including time with my family, stopped. I was very sad, but now my life is so much better. With the new Short Breaks program, I think it saved my life because this is helping me to stay healthy, move my body to exercise, and I'm not lonely now," unquote. From a parent who further wrote, quote, "Short Breaks has given families like mine a much-needed break from caregiving, as well as the participants a much-needed break from home life and a dose of social interaction. This short break has gone a long ways to improve mental wellness for all concerned, and I am so grateful for its creation," unquote. The participation of our city as a partner, Short Breaks, is absolutely vital to its success, and we do express our gratitude. We applaud the City of Regina for providing leadership and vital resources, for working in partnership and collaboration with those in the disabilities community, to continue the quest in our shared vision of building inclusive community. I thank you for your time today and your attention, and I'm now open to receiving any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coburn. Does any member of delegation have a question? So any member of council have a question for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Coburn, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Corey? I'd like to call upon Delegation Corey Haddon with Sask Abilities. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Haddon.
Good afternoon, Corey Haddon with Sask Abilities. Sask Abilities is pleased to speak in support of the motion of Councillors Bresciani and Shaw regarding increased recreation and leisure activities for people experiencing disability. For over 70 years, Sask Abilities has been working to build inclusive communities for people of all abilities. We support people experiencing disability with recreational, rehabilitation, and vocational programs and services to enhance their lives. In Regina, Sask Abilities offers recreation and leisure activities for people experiencing disability, including our Quality of Life Day program and our social leisure youth and summer fun programs. Our recreation programs provide youth and young adults that are experiencing disability opportunities to interact, to have fun, gain independence, all while participating in social, leisure, recreational, and cultural activities within the community. Participants' growth in self-confidence, independence, and self-esteem is fostered through opportunities to develop new friendships and maintain existing friendships by interacting with peers and exploring and becoming independent and interdependent with various community activities. On behalf of Sask Abilities, we'd like to thank the City of Regina for their ongoing support of our endeavors to build an inclusive city and for recognizing the need to increase recreation and leisure activities for people experiencing disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon. Do any members of Council have any questions for the delegation? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Haddon, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation James Archibald with Arch Transco Ltd. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Archibald.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters. You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Well, thank you for your time today. My name is James Archibald, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, Regina Cabs, and members of the Regina taxi industry to support Councillors Bresciani and Shaw's motion. As a father of 2 young children, I know how important Regina's sports and recreation facilities are to my families and many others, and appreciate Council looking at ways to ensure all citizens have access to these facilities to stay fit and healthy. Our company, through the efforts of my mother, Sandy, and in partnership with taxi operators, has provided transportation services for special needs students to many of these types of recreational sports programs for over 20 years in Regina. And we have seen the value that the access to these programs has to all those families. We would be happy to offer and share our experience and insights into administering these types of programs from a transportation perspective with the administration as it looks to this initiative. We also believe Regina school boards could be a great resource to consult with, as they've got significant experience in this area. In the future, these programs develop, we hope that Council can consider utilizing the existing local asset of Regina's taxi industry to complement and support transit and paratransit services to fulfill the goal of easy access for all to these facilities. These types of transportation programs have been successful in other centres such as Calgary with their long-running Access Calgary program to allow eligible passengers a wide variety of options for transportation to and from facilities. So the City of Calgary may also be a good resource for the administration to speak with in that respect. For the benefit of the new members of Council, the great majority of Regina's taxis are individually operated small businesses run by dozens of Regina's families. And many of the taxis on the road today are hybrid vehicles, which goes to support both Regina's goal for reducing carbon and supporting local businesses during a very challenging time for our industry. Thank you very much for your time today, and look forward to how this program can be developed and implemented and how we can be of assistance to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald. Do any members of Council have any questions for the delegation?
Mayor Masters, my chat's not working. Is it okay if I speak?
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Please go ahead.
Thank you, James, for your presentation, and thank you for for being committed, you and your mother, in helping roll this out. We all understand that this is a huge barrier that people with disabilities face, is transportation. Can you speak a little bit more to, I guess, your involvement in helping us roll this out? I know we spoke previously. Is there anything that you require from city administration, such as like direction, or are you open? What I'm asking, sorry, are you kind of open to what we need and the needs that we have once these programs roll out? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I think that's correct, that we'd be willing to help both from our experience standpoint and kind of discussing some of the experiences we've had with different types of utilization. Like sometimes folks want to use a bus to get to a facility, but they've got another errand or appointment they've got to get to on the tail end of an operation that they need to get back to home quicker, so a taxi could provide some additional service there. So we'd be supportive of providing kind of those experiences that we've had in working with school boards in the city, and then open to providing any sort of kind of service we can to augment it to get it off the ground. There's a couple of ways that's worked in the past between the city and the taxi industry. It's been anything from kind of a round-robin on-call system where if paratransit isn't able to provide a trip for a particular client, they'll talk to kind of the next eligible taxi service and say, okay, can you guys assist with that? So there's been kind of a fairly informal process that's been set up in the past that's worked quite well between us and the transit system. Sorry, and I mean the other option would be getting into a full RFP type system where it's more of a contractual based one. But I mean typically a less onerous system works best for the industry because it's able to be a little bit more nimble with providing those support services when needed.
Thank you, James. I really appreciate your expertise and your knowledge in this, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichuk. Oh, thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Your question was answered. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Archibald, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Council, the delegation, Rhonda Penno, is unavailable to attend the meeting today and has asked that her submission be read into the record. So I'll now ask the clerk to read Ms. Penno's submission into the record, subject to the 5-minute time limit.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Shaw for bringing forward the motion to increase recreation and leisure activities for people with a disability and encouraging me to take the opportunity to express why this motion is so important. My name is Rhonda Penno, better known as Lindsay's mom. Lindsay, now 35 years old, is a young lady with intellectual disabilities who still lives at home. The challenge for any parent who has a child with intellectual disabilities is wanting them to be their own person, to get to do the things all the other children or adults are doing, and to belong. We want to ensure they can participate along this journey. As parents, we are a dedicated support person. Inclusion for people with a disability, to be authentic, requires sufficient financial support, access, sometimes specialized equipment, and ongoing internal support and check-ins. Diversity needs to be viewed as the norm. As parents, we have heard this list of requirements many times. The very supports that would make our children feel like they would truly belong were the reasons we were given for why they would not be included. The obstacles included back then and even today continue to be a lack of understanding of disability, the lack of time, resources, and preparation to accommodate a diverse array of needs. I remember when I signed my daughter up for swimming lessons when she was young. First, I felt the need to explain my daughter has a disability. She did have challenges, and if I did not explain, she might struggle, and I wanted to be fair to the instructor. During that conversation, there was not a follow-up statement that said, we can offer extra support once we assess your daughter's ability. Lindsay did continue to swim at one end of the pool in a class of approximately 12 swimmers. But once she got to the level of stroke improvement, that one lifeguard could not address her specific needs and those of all the other swimmers. I stood at the edge cheering her on, but from the side of the pool I could not give her what she needed. I am a lifeguard, so Lindsay did learn to swim, but not without her peers, but with her mum. There are opportunities within Special Olympics to learn to swim, but we need to work together to enhance the experience and opportunity for the individual and the parents, and most importantly, let them know they have options. Once our children start to grow and reach the ages where the disabilities are more apparent in comparison to those around them, the challenge for all parents is the struggle for inclusion. We tried to attend summer programs like Sunspots and others that were offered, but there was no extra support and age restrictions. For some individuals with an intellectual disability, chronological age does not apply. I've been one of the supervisors for Sir Dancelot for over 20 years, and there's no age limit on those with intellectual disabilities that attend working with Inclusion Regina and CORE. On a good night, over 120 patrons will attend. I've been involved in Special Olympics Regina for many years, currently serving as community manager. I'm a bowling coach with the support of some very dedicated coaches, most of whom are presenting today, of approximately 215 athletes with intellectual disabilities. We accommodate different ages, abilities, mobility concerns, verbal and nonverbal athletes. It has its challenges, but it's the best way to spend 29 Saturdays from September to May. Lindsay attends Saskabilities, an organization that works diligently at inclusiveness and developing programs supporting individuals with intellectual abilities to enhance their lives. This programming offers different levels of support to all who attend. I'm serving as a sports chair for the SAS Winter Games 2022, which has chosen to include these individuals in competition and adjusting the age groups to allow them to participate in this opportunity. They are pooling resources for the games to be successful. For inclusion to be successful, we all need to have the same mindset, beliefs, values, and the culture must be accepting. Individuals with intellectual disabilities all have an incredibly special gift, and we all need to learn to be accepting. I cannot begin to list all the life lessons my daughter has taught me and been able to share with those who have chosen to include her. We want a feeling of true belonging for everyone. I've always been an advocate for inclusion and been an avid supporter of the organizations who consistently enhance the lives of individuals with intellectual disabilities through sport and or leisure, and would be willing to help in any way to support and enhance their lives. It's a chance to enhance the life of the entire family. By sharing resources and expertise from the programs and organizations already supporting this venture, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need to be diligent and dedicated, using team and individual contributions to follow this through. Passing this motion and all the opportunities presented today would be a great starting point. Today, if I were to phone to register my daughter in swimming, my dream would be that 35 years later the conversation would not be the same and another Lindsay and her family would not have had the same experiences. That is our goal here today. I appreciate your time, and on behalf of Lindsay, all the gifted individuals I have had the privilege and honor to meet, Special Olympics Regina, Sir Dancelot, Saskabilities, because they are such a huge part of our life, and myself, thank you to the City of Regina for your continued support of inclusive opportunities. I'm done. Oh, no, that's it.
We'll now consider MN 21-2 to increase recreation and leisure activities for people with disability. Councillor Shaw, can you introduce the motion, please?
Thank you. Sorry. No, some pretty. Therefore, we resolved that Regina City Council direct administration to conduct consultation with the general public, people with disabilities, care providers of children with disabilities, recreation and leisure sector, community associations, non-profit and private organizations on the following. What types of inclusive recreation and activities are needed? Identify barriers that enable and to provide additional recreation and leisure programs. Create an inventory of current recreational programs and activities provided by the City of Regina and other private non-profit organizations, including a cost analysis for the expanded level of programming that may be needed. Research options for expanding availability of accessible grants and the Community Investment Grants Program for both nonprofit and private organizations to encourage inclusive and specialized recreation and activities. Promote grant funding for inclusive and specialized programming for people with disabilities. Engage both the federal, the provincial government for funding locally businesses and or sponsorship opportunities for financial support. Report back to City Council on these directives in Q3 of 2021. Can I have a seconder for this, please?
Bresciani.
Thank you. I would just like to speak briefly towards this motion that Councillor Bresciani and myself have brought forward. This is to increase our recreational activity, but this is also for inclusion and equal opportunities for a small group who have lived with a set of minimal standards, believing we should be happy, at least we have something. Councillor Bresciani and myself bring this motion forward from the bottom of our hearts. This motion sends a loud message to all of Regina residents. We are not okay with the status quo. We can do better, and we will do better for all citizens of Regina. Councillor Bresciani and myself have been working to eliminate the barriers that we face, such as transportation, club organizations, so on and so forth, activities. Mr. King from the squash court said that he would be more than happy to open up type of programming for people with disabilities. Andrew Gottsling and the group at Hoopla, when I asked them, they said they would be 100% honored to offer a type of programming for people in wheelchairs with basketball. I want to tell you just a quick short story about my experience with my daughter 15 years ago. We were forced to take an elementary school to human rights just so that she would be included on a basketball team with her fellow classmates. It took 2 years. It took tears, dedication, and commitment from both myself and my daughter to make this happen. Not so much for her, since she had many other opportunities, but for the next mom, for the next child that doesn't have the opportunities, that didn't have the knowledge to do what we did. It set precedence that this will no longer be acceptable, and that children with all abilities will be included with all the people with abilities. I respectfully ask for everybody's consent to this, and encourage everybody to look into this. We'll work together and find some solutions to have every child be able to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I believe Councillor Stadnichuk, you're up first.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank Councillors Bresciani and Shaw for bringing this forward, and for your passion and your strength of dedication on this issue. I do have some questions, and I'm not sure. I guess one is a clarification of the motion. So in the reference to inclusive recreation and then talking about additional recreation, I just want to clarify. Does that mean you're looking at what kinds of recreation and other kinds of leisure activities are inclusive, in the sense that people with disabilities would be integrated in the same programming as others? So I just wanted that clarification. And if additional recreation and leisure programs, by additional, do you mean specialized programs that would focus specifically on people with disabilities? So just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Councillor Bresciani, did you want to speak to that, or Councillor Shaw?
Yeah, I will speak to that. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk, for that question. Yes, when we actually talked to organizations about bringing this motion, that was a big piece of it. There are going to be programs that are needed to be specialized, but there's also where it's fully inclusive. It just depends on the needs of the individuals. So it is actually both. And that is the best piece of this. It's not just going to be formed for one group. Many of the individuals want to be included with the general public. That's what they truly want. So it's may needed supports, that kind of thing. But there are some groups that might feel that there is a need to do one collectively, alone, depending on what program it is. So absolutely great question. But that came out with kind of the comments from some of the organizations that actually do the work.
Okay, thank you. And my second question through the chair is, it would be for administration. There's a timeline for this report for Q3 of 2021. So I just want to get some feedback. That's not that far away. If that is, the time frame is a little bit short, or is that a doable time frame?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stadnichuk. Before, Ms. Harlick, you can answer, and then I'll flip it to Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is a quick time frame. Right now, we're trying to implement the grant program that Council approved at budget and setting up a program for that. We know this is important work, but we're also doing the community wellness, and it's the same group, and we want to make sure that we engage in a meaningful way. And so what we would propose as a different timeline would be that we be allowed to bring the final report in Q1 of 2022. But in the meantime, we'll start initiating all the engagements, and then we'll start to make incremental progress throughout the year. This way we can meet all of our obligations that are on our agenda currently.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not going to make a motion to change the timeline because I'll wait for maybe other people to discuss this. But if that is seen as a barrier to try to get it done by then, I would support a motion to that effect.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk, and we would turn it back. I do want Mr. Holden to speak to this just in terms of where this is at in the process, because notice of motion, and the work being assigned to administration. Mr. Holden, could you speak a little bit to that?
So thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters, obviously my comments are not in any way talking about the validity of the motion you're discussing, but just as a general piece of information for whether it's committee or council, is that when a notice of motion is put on the floor, obviously that notice of motion is read. Council has an opportunity then to think about that as it comes to the next council meeting. And then council gets to have a conversation like you're having today to prioritize that work. In some instances, the work is pretty straightforward. And what ends up being a conversation is whether the timeframes of undertaking and completing that work are reasonable, can fit within the workloads of the administration. In other instances, the motion and the language about therefore to be it resolved isn't as clear or isn't as well understood by either council or the administration or the community, in which case there'd be times when we would say, let us bring a report back that then highlights, the implications, any costs, etc. So I just ask council as they bring forward notices of motion and motions when we discuss those, that some consideration be given to prioritizing work, assigning it to the administration, and in some instances, a consideration in terms of the timeline flexibility, and then in others, directing the administration to bring back the detail in terms of impacts, costs, etc., in a future report for council's further consideration.
Councillor Bresciani, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just through the chair, so when we crafted this motion, we actually met with administration asking what the time frame would be, and this was what was recommended to us. And this was to come earlier. I think it was at least 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Like, it's been pushed back with all of the meetings that have not made their deadline. It's just kind of been pushed back. So it may seem tighter than normal. But I would ask that the reason is the whole purpose of it coming back is we want something in there for when we go to the budget for 2022. So that's why if we push it back into 2022, we know that we are already talking about the budget in October, November, December of 2021. If we push it to 2022, we will not see anything in this till 2023. So that was the whole purpose for this.
Does the administration want to speak to that?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I think we've always had concerns with the timelines. We think this is important work, and I hear what Councillor Bresciani is saying, because she's absolutely correct. Depending on what the recommendations are with respect to programming budgets that may need to be added to the 2022 budget. That decision, we wouldn't have that final decision for the 2022 budget if it does come later. But as we're starting consultation, it does give us an opportunity to be able to bring some preliminary, perhaps, recommendations to the budget process that can be considered. I think, though, with the amount of consultation that we need to do that we want to do a good job of that. But as we said, this is something that we think we can do through incremental progress, and we would start it immediately with respect to coming up with the engagement plan and starting that engagement as soon as possible so that we can have some recommendations for the budget process.
Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Shaw, does that work for you to allow for a final report in Q1 of 2022, but a preliminary report in Q3 of 2021 to allow for budgetary item to make it into the 2022 budget?
That would be fine with me, I think, as long as we have some items to go to the budget. Yeah.
Councillor Shaw, does that?
Yeah, and I just want to let everybody know that this work has been going on for a long time behind closed doors. So we've been working with Diana and stuff. So yes, as long as this comes into the 2022 budget and the activities, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
We're just going to tweak the last bullet here, Council, but while we're doing that, perhaps, Councillor Mancinelli?
All my questions had to do with timelines and administration's availability. They've been answered and looked after, so I'm supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Moll? That's right, Councillor Moll?
Hello. Okay, I want to thank Councillor Bresciani and Shaw for bringing this forward. I'll echo what a few other councillors have previously said in support. As a father with a young son with a learning disability and yet to see how that'll play out moving forward in his future, I am very much looking forward to supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. I also just want to thank Councillor Shaw and Bresciani for all the work that they've done, and for Councillor Shaw, how seeing you talk about this and how personal it is to you. Like, I greatly appreciate your efforts, and I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Shaw and Councillor Bresciani, can I have you look to point number 6 to see if that's acceptable, to report back to City Council with the preliminary report on these directives with potential budget implications by Q3 2021 and a final report Q1 of 2022?
Yes, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Sorry, now does that, will be with program suggestions as well?
Ms. Harlech can speak to that.
Through you, Madam Chairman. It may. What I would perhaps recommend, instead of a preliminary report, that it just be that potential budget or that we bring forward to the budget process recommendations with regards to this item, and then it'll form part of the budget process. So we'll have something within the budget documents regarding this initiative, if that is satisfactory.
Yeah, I think that would be better for me because I'm getting an echo. Just because it'll at least bring back something that we can look at. We'll know what the programs are or what they're suggesting that go along with that budget impacts or the budget asks, I guess.
Okay.
To form the budget.
Thanks. If you're in agreement.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to speak. So, Councillor Bresciani, am I correct? And that will mean that it'll come back to us, but we'll have it in place for the 2022 leisure and sports activity. Some is that how it's reading? Okay.
Yeah. The way I understand it, that it'll come back when we've asked for the Q3 with the implications to the budget with some programming that they're suggesting, and then that we would be able to deliberate that, and then there'll be a final something more final come in 2022. Is that accurate?
Go ahead, Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So what I'm recommending is instead of bringing a preliminary report in Q3, that we bring that information to the budget process, just to streamline so that we don't have double reports. But if you want a separate one-pager with respect to that, we can do that also. It's just that we'd have to refer it back to the budget process. So what I'm saying is it can just form part of the budget process.
Thank you. It would be my preference that it come back in a report. So we have time to dissect it and look at it and consider those. That's kind of what we were wanting, rather than it goes right to the budget. There's really no discussion. It becomes a discussion on the budget floor. So I would rather that come before, so then we know what's going to be going to the budget. Because the budget, we know budget discussions it's such a great big discussion, you almost lose. So I'd like it to come before the budget discussion in a report, and then the final report can come when you have more time to finish it off. But I'd like to see it come before the deliberations of the budget.
Do you have any comment, Ms. Harlock, or is that?
No, that's whatever's council's direction is.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I have one more speaker, Councillor Findura. Councillor Findura?
I'm here. I'm working as fast as I can to get on this thing. It blinked on me. I don't know what the heck. It's overheating, either me or the computer. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I am very pleased to see that for our young ladies to bring this up. This is very well done. This is encouraging to the individuals, to people with disability, but it's the whole plan of recreation for all. And it's very, very timely. I'm totally supportive of this. Well done, ladies. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. There are no further speakers to the motion. Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close off debate?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of council for, it seems like an overwhelming support for our motion. Thank you to also Councillor Shaw. We've had many discussions and worked very diligently into crafting this motion, but I just want to add a couple things. And when we talked to the community, there was a real conversation on, and that's why the public engagement is very, very important, because there are barriers of why people are not accessing or can access. And that is a vital point, when we are looking at, if we offer a program, it may not fill up, but why? Or what are some of the programs, the times have changed that we need to offer different programming, but also other types of, if it be recreation, or if it's an art class, or if it's a music class, and it be inclusive for everybody. And when we talk about facilitating inclusion, inclusion is our vision and our mission statement. And there is nothing more that speaks to the inclusion of everyone in our community, no matter of your ability. And I think this is a very important step for our city today when this moves forward. And when we look to see also the big pieces here, that our council is taking leadership, our administration will be taking leadership for support of this, and also to help develop an inclusive practices that we really want to facilitate and get started here. The other piece here is I hope there's an opportunity to train some staff so they feel comfortable as well, looking at different supports. I can only speak from my experience, and I will say this. In short, my daughter, from birth, was undiagnosed, and that was there was no type of plan or a program that she could fit into, and those are the ones that sometimes fall through the cracks, because if you're looking for a type of diagnosis or some kind of you can go to this and go to this. As a city, we want to ensure that we have programs in place that everyone can attend with your friends or depending on kind of what the program is. But I remember in elementary school, she just wanted to be part of the volleyball team and the basketball team. She had a loss of vision, knew that she could never play, but all she wanted was to be part of that team, and she just wanted a uniform. She wanted a uniform like everybody else. And she sat on the bench, and she was able to, be the manager and help out. That meant the world to her. So at the end of the day, when we talk about our programs about inclusive, sometimes it's just being there and belonging and being part of it. So I hope through our communication that goes out, and we do meaningful engagement with different organizations, that this is what we're going to come up with. So I want to say thank you again to our council colleagues for your support here.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Debate is closed. Please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Shaw, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
Absolutely in favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously 11-0, Mayor.
Outstanding, councillors. Communication CR 21-57. We have a communication on the next item from Alan Wallace, National Affordable Housing Corp. Can I have someone move to receive and file for CP 21-20?
So moved, Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I need a seconder.
Hawkins.
Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Delegation CR 21-57. One moment, please, folks. We're just trying to get a delegation back on the line. Councillors, the delegation was on the line and was lost, and so if you'll indulge me, we'll move one past CR 2157, the plan to end homelessness, and we'll just go to CR 21-45, which is a housing incentives policy minor update. Councillor Stevens, do you suppose you'd be prepared to introduce that report right now?
I could. Sorry, I was just focused on the other report.
No, and I appreciate that.
That's fine. You know what? I will give it to the experts. I guess I just need to start with getting a seconder for this, please.
Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk.
Okay, thank you. So with the update, I would just start by asking administration if they could provide us with an overview of this report, what it entails, and what the future steps are.
For you, Madam Mayor. So City Administration has identified minor amendments to the city's housing incentive policy. The recommended amendments respond to stakeholder feedback that we've received through our most recent comprehensive review of the policy, which Council approved in early 2020. We've circulated the proposed changes to local affordable housing providers, and there is no concerns that were expressed at that time. So if approved by Council today, the housing incentive program or policy will become effective immediately, meaning that they will apply to the 2021 housing incentive applications. It's important to note that the other report being considered today is not recommending a change coming in effect in 2022 for the report that we'll get back to. But basically, in a nutshell, the amendments are to allow capital grant payments prior to the occupancy of affordable rental projects under some circumstances. So we actually did this during the pandemic. It was a practice, and so now we're recommending that we continue that to increase the capital funding available for projects with multiple on-site support suites. So part of the review was the capital grant up to $20,000, and on-site support suites are very important to allow for different groups to be able to get the needs that are required. So we're recommending that on-site support grants for 1 to 2 unit projects, and then 20 to 40, and then 40 plus. And then retroactive approval of on-site support suite grants under some circumstances. So there was housing providers that were providing that and didn't get the ability to get that funding for their support suites. So we're recommending that. And then increase the affordable rental units remain under the maximum rental rates from 5 to 10 years. So that's in order to ensure that our grant funding is going further in terms of securing that those units are staying in the market at the maximum rental rates. And that coincides with other provincial programs that also require that. And then maintain requirements that zoning approval is required prior to the capital funding commitment, but provide applicants with letters confirming eligibility. So a number of times we need to ensure that the projects can go forward before we commit the funds, but we want to be able to provide people those support letters. And then the other ones are, again, I think they're more minor, updating the definitions, provide property tax exemptions for new affordable rental projects without capital grants, and then revise the scorecard to reinstate points for projects that support vulnerable populations. We want to make sure that our scorecard, if we get more applications in than we have monies for, that we're prioritizing them in a manner that supports the vulnerable populations first. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So we had a pretty good discussion about this at Community Wellness. I think a couple of points worth emphasizing, as Ms. Harlock suggested. What this contains is really an overview of the kind of transformation this policy has gone through. It's streamlined the process. I think it's made it a lot more user-friendly for organizations that are building affordable and social housing. It's increasing the supports and incentives. So basically, it's through a planning process as well as in terms of getting money into the pockets of those who need it. These are some really important changes that we've seen over the years. At committee, what we also talked about was adding, and this would be for future review, and I'll ask Ms. Harlock about it, adding disability and accessibility to the scorecard. I believe Councillor Bresciani and Shaw had raised this. Ms. Harlock, can you comment on how that might feature in the future and more comprehensive reviews of this policy?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's definitely something that we want to look at as we move forward. In terms of making sure that those would form part of perhaps the scorecard with respect. But when we look at the vulnerable populations, that could be one of the criteria that we are looking at.
Thank you. I would also ask Ms. Harlock, where could, in the future, a more comprehensive review, environmental sustainability in the building type and some of the findings we secure through the community wellness strategy report. So is there room in the future review to talk about sustainability and a comprehensive understanding of wellness as we're assessing applications?
For you, Mayor Masters, that's definitely something, like when it comes to the build form, the sustainability, we do have criteria that can form part of the scorecard, and it is some of the things that we look at. But definitely as we move forward, as we get new plans and try and hit new targets with respect to the policies that we're introducing, as you've suggested, we want to ensure that our grant dollars are going to the highest priorities that meet the majority of our objectives in different policies throughout the city.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any members of council have questions about the report? Hearing none. Councillor Stevens, did you want to close off debate?
No, thanks.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In support.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now call upon Delegation Peter Gilmore from the Anti-Poverty Ministry. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you, Mayor Masters and City Council. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, great. My name is Peter Gilmer, and I'm with the Anti-Poverty Ministry, and I'm speaking in support of the motion to provide up to $1 million an annual permanent supportive operating grant as a municipal commitment to the City of Regina's plan to end homelessness. Almost a year ago, we presented to City Council asking for a $2 million per year commitment to the supportive social housing component of this plan in order to help end chronic homelessness. Now, while we're not at that level yet, this motion, if passed, would provide real progress. It makes sense that there should be a shift in resources from the housing incentives program to Housing First, which has long been identified by both housing activists and members of City Council as one of the preferred methods of combating homelessness in Regina. There's been a significant shift in the housing market since the incentives program was given priority. Over a decade ago, as a combination of the initial economic boom and significant loss of affordable rental units due to condominium conversion, the city found itself in the position of having a dangerously low rental vacancy rate of less than half of 1%. At the same time, rents had risen by 43% between 2006 and 2010, and another 20% between 2010 and 2013. We were told at that time that once the vacancy rates rose beyond a balanced market of 3%, we would begin to see more affordable housing. Today, despite a vacancy rate consistently above 7%, rents have continued to rise. There is no longer a housing availability crisis, but there is an ongoing crisis in regard to the lack of affordable housing, lack of social housing where rent is geared to income, and in this case, a lack of supportive social housing leading to homelessness, which this motion begins to address. We are glad that the motion also calls on the provincial government to contribute to the supportive social housing component of the plan to end homelessness. Saskatchewan is obligated under international law to ensure adequate housing for all by agreeing and committing to Canada becoming a signatory of the UN Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights back in 1976. Article 11 of that covenant clearly identifies adequate housing as a basic human right that higher levels of government must uphold. Sadly, this continues to be far from the reality as homelessness remains at crisis levels, as lack of affordable and quality housing for low-income people. This situation has been made worse in recent years by the ongoing gutting of the rental supplement program, which is now deducted dollar for dollar from the new Saskatchewan Income Support, or SIS program. And by the fact that SIS wraps all basic utilities into a shelter benefit of only $575 per month, on top of the $285 that people have to meet all of their other basic needs. We have also had 6 years now without a benefit increase to the Saskatchewan Assured Income for Disability, or SAID. while at the same time seeing cuts to rental coverage and special needs for the program. But at a local level, this motion, if passed, would show real leadership at the municipal level. And we commend those who have moved this forward. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmer. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, sir, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, I feel like I should give you a drum roll. We'll now consider item CR 21-57, Plan to End Homelessness, Permanent Supportive Housing Operating Grant. Mr. Stevens, Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce the report?
Great, thank you. It is with great pleasure that I introduce this report. A great deal of thanks is owed to the community as well as administration. While $1 million is not a lot of money in the context of what is required, it's actually a pretty huge step in the right direction, and it's one of the major asks and areas of focus of the Plan to End Homelessness. To make it simple, this is about creating a permanent supportive housing operating grant of $1 million. This money would then be used and distributed to community-based organizations that are doing the hard work in the community, actually housing the hardest to house residents in Regina. The number isn't great. It's approximately 20 supportive housing units out of approximately 60. But to put it into context, this would be for those individuals that, again, are the hardest to house. And that means the most expensive. If you look at the Plan to End Homelessness, this would be those in the most acute need. And I think it makes a big impact. We've seen incredible support from across Regina. We've seen lots of support from the Regina Police Service and other agencies. We're moving in the right direction. I think what's also worth referencing here is that there is already a lot of money, and this actually came up in the budget discussion, focused on housing and social needs. What we're finding, and we've found in the Plan to End Homelessness process, it's not just the amount of money that's in the game, it's how we're spending it. I think we need to do better. And this is one way of doing that. And essentially what this means is that we're shifting money away from the capital side of housing and putting it into the housing first operational supports. So what we're going to see here is an existing pot of money spent in a different way, and it's putting money into those into the pockets of organizations dealing with clients, not just the actual capital. I'll also draw council and the public's attention to the consultant's report that is embedded in the original document. And there you can actually read the voices of businesses and community-based organizations providing housing and support to Regina's most marginalized residents. So this isn't insignificant. In some of those testimonies, you'll see stakeholders talk about the oversupply of housing in Regina and the need to provide proper supports to CBOs and residents. So I would also ask that you pay close attention to the complexity of the issue and the fact that this report also sees council asking and making a formal request to the provincial and federal government for additional support. I think I'll conclude by saying I'm very fatigued with having to say, no, this is someone else's responsibility. It is not. It is a collective effort. And I think it's to our collective shame that homelessness exists. And I think it's important that we have a shared responsibility attitude, and it isn't pointing fingers and blaming. This is a step in the right direction. And I ask council support for this report.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any questions on the report? Oh, pardon me, I do need a seconder.
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Anyone wishing to ask any questions about the report itself? Seeing none, clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stadnichuk. I will come back. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
I'll just confirm with Councillor Stadnichuk. Okay. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Councillor Moore,
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We're moving on. Just in case I'm got this right. We'll now consider item CR 21-56, boundary alteration, 2021 property tax exemptions. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is a fairly technical matter. When the boundary was altered and expanded for the city in 2013, properties were brought into the city boundary. However, their function didn't change. They were not developed. They usually continued as agricultural properties. It was considered that it would be unfair to tax them at full city rates in light of the fact that they were continuing on with their former purpose and not all services were provided. So under this, there's a formula for dealing with this that's set out in the report, and this property tax exemption just authorizes the tax exemption for those properties that are not yet developed. I might ask the administration if they have anything to add to this.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll have Mr. Lacey provide comment.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Lacey?
Yes, through you, Mayor Master. So not a lot to add. This is a matter that comes before council every year, and it relates to the decision to provide this tax mitigation to those properties that were brought into the city boundary back in 2013 when those commitments were made by council. So this is just following through on an annual basis, those commitments that were made in 2013. I have no further comments to make at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Could I get a seconder on the motion from Mr. Hawkins, from Councillor Hawkins? Don't ask.
Councillor Moule.
Thank you. Any questions of administration on the report? Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to close off the debate?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moule,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Shaw,
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc,
In favor.
Councillor Findura,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens,
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Come on, yes, in favor.
I was going to suggest you just wave. Mayor Masters,
In favor.
carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We have some tabled notice of motions. I would now call upon Councillor Andrew Stevens or Councillor Dan LeBlanc to read notice of motion MN 21-3, Clean Communities.
I guess I could go. Dan's got another one. So I'll just read the resolutions here. That administration prepare a report for the Operations and Community Services Committee for Q3 of 2021 that provides recommendations on the following: identifies a strategy of increasing fines and prosecution efforts for illegal dumping and or repeat violations of city bylaws, and the introduction of proactive bylaw enforcement specific to litter, garbage, refuse, and other waste material private public property, considers the cost and feasibility of introducing summary offense ticketing powers for bylaw enforcement, considers the feasibility of reducing the timeline provided to property owners to remove garbage or debris from their properties in accordance with the Regina Community Standards Bylaw, considers the costs and implications of the following based on a bylaw enforcement and waste collection data, powering waste pickup crews with bylaw enforcement authority, more frequent residential recycling and garbage pickup in areas with higher than average incidence of street and alley waste, and C, community dumpsters, etc., garbage composting and recycling bins in areas with higher than average incidence of street and alley waste, considers the placement of additional meal drop-off bins in partnership with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and increased financial and service support for community cleanup initiatives in high-need areas.
Thank you. I will now call upon Councillor Dan LeBlanc or Councillor Shannon Zakidniak to read out notice of motion MN 21-4, train issues on Eastview and McNabb.
Thank you. I will also just read the resolution. So therefore be it resolved that administration prepare a report for the Operations and Community Service Committee for Q3 of 2021 that 1. Identifies a strategy for reducing the noise caused by trains, including that caused by whistles or horns as they pass through these neighborhoods, being Eastview and McNabb, with a particular focus on reducing noise between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. 2. Identifies options for reducing the frequency and length of trains coming to a stop within Eastview and alternative options for these trains to complete their regular stops in industrial rather than residential areas. 3. Evaluates the current state of pedestrian safety with respect to train tracks in these neighborhoods, with particular attention given to speed of trains and whether children are at risk owing to lack of barriers at areas other than vehicular intersections, and identifies options for resolving these safety concerns. 4. Evaluates the current state of property maintenance on land directly adjoining the railroad tracks, which abut the tracks, with particular focus on weed control and overgrown vegetation, and identifies options for resolving these safety concerns. 5. Identifies options and strategies for partnerships and collaborations in pursuit of the above goals, with particular focus on partnerships with railway companies and other levels of government. 6. Identifies whether any of the above noted strategies have applicability to areas of Regina other than the Eastview and McNabb neighborhoods. If so, addresses points 1 through 5 in relation to these other areas also. 7. Considers whether it is feasible and desirable to move certain of the Regina's rail lines away from residential areas, including as contemplated in the attached report CR 19-76. Identifies next steps and estimated costs of this proposal. 8. Identifies the costs and implications of implementing the above referenced strategies and actions. And 9. That item EN 19-2 be removed from the list of outstanding items for City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. We'll now move on to tabled bylaws. We'll consider the tabled bylaws from the March 31st meeting, and I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do the first reading for bylaws number 2021-16, 2021-18, and 2021-19. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. 2021-16, the properties exempt from taxation as a result of the 2013 Municipal Boundary Alteration Bylaw 2021, 2021-18, the Committee Amendment Bylaw 2021 number 2, and 2021-19, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2021 number 2. I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaws 2021-16, 18, and 19 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any opposed? Carried.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2021-16, 18, and 19 be read a second time.
Thank you. Do any member of council have any questions? Any opposed? Carried.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2021-16, 18, and 19 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Finally, I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2021-16, 18, and 19 be read a third time.
Any opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We now have public notice bylaw and related report. We'll consider item CR 21-64, the Pattison Outdoor Billboard leases. Councillor Hawkins, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you. This is a, I'm just going to need a little help here. We're at 2158, CR 2158?
No, it's CR 21-64 in my
Okay.
agenda. Oh, sorry, I apologize. They're telling me it's not on theirs. Oh, but Deputy Clerk says I'm right, so,
So
Page
we're doing,
498.
we're doing, I just want to be clear, I can do either. Which one would you like me to do?
21-64.
21-64. This is a recommendation dealing with signage, Pattison signage. Pattison is seeking renewal of its sign locations, 6 out of 8. 2, they don't need any further. There was no problem with this when it was presented in committee. I'd ask council to approve it.
Mr. Lacey, are you available?
Yeah, yes, I am. So just in follow-up to the Deputy Mayor's comments, this is just a renewal of lease locations for areas in which Pattison Outdoor Advertising already has signs, and so this is just renewal of those lease locations and seeking council approval to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Any comments or questions on this matter that came from executive? We just need a seconder before we go to vote.
LeBlanc.
Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak any further to the motion?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please call the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
It's okay. Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stabnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
We'll now consider the bylaw that requires public notice and/or public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Bob Hawkins.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw number 2134 be introduced and read a first time.
I will call upon City Clerk to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As this is a public notice bylaw requiring a public hearing, the public was provided with the opportunity to address council respecting this proposal to authorize the leasing of the undeveloped portion of 2 city street right-of-ways for the purposes of accommodating billboard installations. Due to COVID restrictions, delegations would be required to register with our office, and no one indicated an interest in doing so, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any opposed to the first reading? Carried. Councillor Hawkins, could you please do the second reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaw 2021-34 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, any opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that council hereby consents to that bylaw 2021-34 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Can you please read the final bylaw?
Yeah. Yes, I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2021-34 be read a third time.
Any opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Present. I got a delegation CR 21-59. I'd like to call upon delegation Patricia Pandavilla, CTM Design Services, to introduce yourself, please, for the record, and your organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that council may have for you.
On a procedural point, I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
What happened to CR 21-58?
Thank you. I'm working off the same thing the deputy clerk is working off.
I'm working off what came off on the web page online. I'm just making sure that nothing gets missed.
The delegation, Patricia, is on the line according to kind of how the deputy city clerk and myself are working through this. We will go back to 21-58 following this delegation and CR 21-59 if that's acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Pandavilla, are you on the line?
Yes. Good afternoon, council meeting. Patricia Pandavilla with CTM Design Services on behalf of Shell Canada, the owner of the site and project in question. Just wanted to present the project. They're proposing a new gas bar, C-store, and car wash on 4700 Parliament Avenue. The C-store and gas bar are permitted uses. We are just seeking approval for discretionary use for the car wash portion of the project. Just wanted to highlight that Shell is eager to start construction as soon as possible. We have already applied for a building permit, of course, pending the approval, but we have gone ahead to kind of like save a little bit of time. Because of the proximity of the airport vicinity, we have already got approvals from NAP Canada and Transport Canada as well, and permits for the tanks have been already submitted and waiting for approval with the Ministry of Environment of Saskatchewan as well. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
So council, just to go back, we're on CR 21-59. We'll consider item from the Regina Planning Commission, discretionary use for 4700 Parliament Avenue. Plan number PL 2200. Councillor Fanzura, could you please introduce the report?
There we go. Looks like I'm losing my height in my chair here. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. To you, I like to bring CR 2159 from the Regina Planning Commission. It is a discretionary use for 4700 Parliament Avenue that the City Council approved the discretionary use application for a proposed service trade wash light car wash located at 4700 Parliament Avenue. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder, please?
I'll second that.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much for that. As you heard, Patricia Pandavilla representing CTM Design Services, addressed the Commission. This was a simple approach. Commission didn't really have too many questions. I believe there were probably none. It was very straightforward, simple. What's going on in here? The applicant and property owner, Shell Canada, proposes to develop a convenience store, gas bar, car wash. The property is zone MH, which is mixed high rise. In this zone, convenience store and gas bar are permitted, but service trade, wash light, car wash is a discretionary use. So administration finds this development suitable use for their proposed location. Planning Commission had no issues with this, as I mentioned before. Planning Commission seeks concurrence, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Do any members of council have a question or a comment relative to the report? Seeing none, Councillor Ventura, did you wish to close off any debate?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Mole, I apologize, I skipped you.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Council, I ask for your indulgence for 1 minute while we sort out the difference in the agenda.
Let's do John and
Council, there's just a little bit of an issue. We have delegations coming from YQR and the Regina Airport Authority for CR 21-58, but they're also on the agenda for 21-61. And so it was changed in one and not in the other. So I'm going to go to CR 2158 and we'll immediately follow it with CR 21-61 so that we can deal with both airport presentations back to back and not have them come in and go out again, if that's acceptable to you. So moving on to CR 21-58, which is...
Hi, good afternoon. It's James here.
Oh, one moment, please, James.
Sure.
I'd like to call upon Delegation John Aston and James Bogus from the Regina Airport Authority. Please introduce yourselves to the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of the committee may have for you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, and to all members of Council. Thank you for having myself, James Bogus, President and CEO of the Regina Airport, and my colleague, Mr. John Aston, Vice President of Commercial Projects and Planning, here to address Council today. As we discussed at an executive committee, we are proud and pleased to share with you and hopeful for your vote today to approve the municipal memorandum of understanding, which is really a statement of principles between our two organizations. I know we had a robust discussion already, and I recognize how busy the agenda is today, so I'd love to give you all this time back to please open up for any questions. But before I do that, I want to thank once again City Administration, Ms. Harlick, Mr. Holden, and the executive, as well as all the team members who worked diligently with the airport this past 2.5 years to see this document come to fruition. This is a great day for both organizations, and we look forward to your support and any questions you may have about this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, does anyone have a question for the delegation? Seeing none, I'm going to ask that you please leave the meeting and call right back in, and we'll put you on hold to deal with the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now consider CR 21-58, the Regina Airport Authority and City of Regina Memorandum of Understanding. Councillor Hawkins, could I please ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I didn't mean to be pushy on it, but this is really exciting for me too, because it's a good news story. This is an excellent example of the Regina Airport Authority and the City of Regina cooperating to coordinate the Airport Authority planning, which is under federal jurisdiction ultimately, with city planning. So this is a memorandum of understanding, which will make sure that both parties understand where they need to consult with each other, and that will lead to very smooth planning at the airport itself. I might ask the administration just to indicate what the highlights are briefly in the memorandum for it.
So through you, Mayor Masters, we did talk about this quite extensively at Exec Committee, but this really is an MOU. It outlines how the airport and the city will work together in the future. And it really focuses on collaboration in terms of promoting economic growth for the Regina and region. And of course, it really is a commitment to complementary development in terms of achieving both the airport's land use plan and our city's official community plan. So although it's not a binding agreement, it does lay the framework for the development of municipal service agreements with the airport. And of course, the airport has a requirement with NAV Canada to have a ground lease in place with the federal government. So this satisfies that requirement. So it is a great step forward in terms of how the two organizations will collaborate and work together cooperatively in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, did you have anything further in terms of introduction?
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder for the report, please?
Councillor Moore.
Bresciani.
Thank you. I'll leave the deputy clerk to determine that one. Any comments or questions on the executive committee report before council today? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor, do you have any closing comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moole.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. As noted a little bit earlier, we'll now consider item CR 21-61, the YQR runway expansion official community plan amendment.
Mrs. Findura.
Waiting on a delegation. I'd like to call back upon Delegation John Aston and James Bogus from the Regina Airport Authority. Please introduce yourselves again. You're going to have another 5 minutes to address committee on this issue, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Hello again.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for the vote, and we can't wait to continue our relationship. In terms of this agenda item, my name is James Bogus, President and CEO of the Regina Airport Authority. I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. John Aston, Vice President, Commercial Projects and Planning. The official community plan, as outlined in our memorandum of understanding, is something that the airport values and respects here in our community. We're a big part of the community, and our future development is intrinsically connected to the city of Regina. Mutually, we see benefit in ensuring the viability of not only the city itself and its plans, but to ensure the airport's plans dovetail nicely within that. We're very pleased to see the official community plan amendments as presented, and we very much support them in working with administration. The long-term viability of this airport depends on the ability to grow, and that growth is also predicated on the ability to potentially, and when I say potentially, I'm not talking about next month or next year, but in the future, to potentially extend our main runway, which serves not only the city of Regina, but all of southern Saskatchewan. We believe the amendments as presented will facilitate the types of conversations and consultation required to ensure that both our organizations have a symbiotic relationship that we can count on for the betterment of our entire community. I once again want to thank administration. This was a significant task, and there's been a lot of conversations that we've had for many months about future airport plans, how we can accommodate and work with the city, and really find compromise. development community has also been respectful about future growth of the airport, and we very much appreciate that. Now, Mr. John Aston may have a couple of comments, but he's here as my subject matter expert. If anything technical based on the information provided, especially the attachments that came with the report. And we were very pleased with the full support that we did receive from the Regina Planning Commission. So I thank them for that. So with that, Mr. Aston, do you have any comments you'd like to make before we give the time to council?
Just really quickly, I'd like to thank everyone that I worked with on this. There's quite a few planners involved in Ms. Harlock's group, so I just wanted to express our appreciation for all the time and effort to put this together. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Aston. So with that, Council, this one's a little more detailed in terms of the intention, but at the end of the day, this is all about what we were talking about in the MOU previously. This is about working together for the better of Regina and really all of southern Saskatchewan. So I will please pass the remaining time back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-61, the YQR runway expansion official community plan amendment. Councillor Vendura, can you please introduce the report?
There I am. Thank you, Mayor Masters. From RPC, I bring CR 21-61, the YQR runway expansion official community plan amendment. Amend the design Regina the official community plan bylaw number 2013-48 by including recommendation in this report. So you can see them there in the recommendations. So Mayor Masters, if I can get a seconder, please.
Thank you.
As you noticed, Mr. Bogusz and Aston addressed the commission. It was a very good conversation. Planning Commission was very happy what's in this report and how the discussion went on, and it's very pleased to see how well as Councillor Hawkins did mention, how well the airport, the city, everyone involved to look at what the region is all about, what the region brings. So this report speaks to City of Regina ensuring the protection of future runway expansions of Regina International Airport. City is proposing updates to the two maps within the OCP. So Mayor Masters, Planning Commission adopted a resolution to occur in this recommendation. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Do any members of council have questions? Yeah. I still do require a seconder. My thank you does not suffice.
I'll second that, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Vendura, did you want to close off debate?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Vendura, please.
Might as well just keep my in favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli has indicated in favor. He's got technical problems. Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, I need to check in with you right now. The meeting is technically over at 5:30. We have a number of items that need to be passed this evening. I am wondering about council's appetite at 5:30 that we break for supper for half an hour and come back at 6 o'clock and power through a number of more items. I'll coordinate with city manager and city clerk in terms of the must-do items, and we'll determine how long those take us, and then is that your pleasure? Would anybody be opposed to that protocol?
I want to power through until we're completely finished this agenda.
Well, that would be fine, but I would request gratefully, since I'm the one sitting here on camera, that we break for half an hour for supper.
Happy to break.
Thank you, sir.
Happy for the break. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll keep going. We'll see if we can't get one or more done until 5:30. We'll break for half an hour. We'll come back at 6 and continue powering through. Grateful for that agreement on that. We're going to CR 21-62. No, I apologize. I'm going back in order now. -60. And we do have delegations. Thank you. Nothing like confusing. So it is in regard to CR 21-60, a zoning bylaw amendment, and we have delegation CR 21-60. I would like to call upon delegation James Holton, Kevin Filtu, Delane Klein, and Doug Sears. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of the committee may have for you. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. My name is Delane Klein. I'm the Supervisor of Policy Planning and Research with the Regina Public School Division. I'm joined with Doug Sears from Regina Catholic School Division, Kevin Filto from the Ministry of Education. James Holton was not able to join us at this time. So I'd like to give you a brief background to the report. As it outlines, the land use approvals are outlined in the report are required to continue with the Argyle St. Pius Joint Use Elementary School project. The plan is to construct the joint use school on the Argyle school site and its adjoining playground, which is referred to as Larsh Park in the report, and to accommodate the parking requirements across the street in a parcel to be subdivided from Kinsman Park. This is all part of a land ownership arrangement with the city, where the city would acquire the former St. Pius school land once the students and staff move to the new school. There are also some other arrangements to compensate for lost programmed ball diamonds as well. This land arrangement was brought to City Council in 2019, and we were directed, the school divisions, to complete a community consultation process specific to the use of the Kinsman Park lands as a parking lot. So we sent out about 3,400 surveys to the Lakeview households. We held an open house in November of 2019, and we received approximately 200 surveys, which we passed all that information on to the City Real Estate Department. A report came to Council February of 2020, and Council approved the continuation of this land arrangement discussions, and we've continued on with that. We've worked with our consultants to do the site planning and design of the joint use school. We've incorporated a traffic impact assessment by Associated Engineering, which we provide to the city and also to the Lakeview Community Association. We have presented at Regina Planning Commission last Wednesday, where we heard several concerns and questions, along with we met with the Lakeview Community Association just this past Monday night to go over similar considerations regarding particularly the entrance to the proposed parking lot, traffic impacts, safety, bus drop-offs, sidewalks, landscaping, and other items. And we've agreed to consider some other items from the association, including screening, speed limit along the different roadways, and parking restriction options. We were lucky to have the city planning staff and transportation engineer on the call with us, which was very helpful in answering a bunch of our questions as we went along. So we feel that the option presented in the report for the parking lot in particular is optimal, that spreads out the traffic impacts along the streets that we have access to for this infill project. And we feel like we've come to an understanding with the Lakeview Community Association with their issues, and we'll continue to discuss any concerns with them as the project moves along. So, as stated earlier, the land use approvals before you today are key to the continuation of the project, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? I see none. Oh,
Wait, nope.
I apologize. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Everything's so touchy here. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, and I just wanted to thank you for being present and answering a lot of questions of the Lakeview Community Association on Monday night. I do think a lot of the concerns are there. In terms of further, you did raise some questions about the screening, which might require additional trees in one area, and speed limit. Would those be recommendations that you would put forward to the city? Because I believe that would be under the city's jurisdiction to enforce.
Right. Yeah. I think it's actually the city's transportation engineers working with our team to. The recommendation would come from them also, because we do have to. I think there's just some. It's not our spot to decide where a speed limit starts or ends. So it was good that they were there. That your transportation engineer was there. So those items are definitely on our list to continue discussions with the city on.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fundura?
Thank you. To you, Mayor Masters, thank you very much for presenting and answering some questions. At the Planning Commission, we did discuss, was a good discussion, talk about the issues, and the Lakeview Community Association representative was there, and their concerns about the mainly the parking lot, mainly the entrance into the parking lot of Kings Road. My question to you, as you're answered, and I believe the city at the Planning Commission also engineers answered the safest route into the parking lot was off of Kings Road. Can you just give me a little more details of you talked, like you did talk to the community association about, have you come up with some kind of I would say a similar solution about Kings Road? Kings Road is going to be the entrance?
Use of reserve lands from Lakeview Avenue.
Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Bresciani, your mic is on.
Oh, sorry. I'm reading out loud.
Correct, yes. We had a long discussion with the Community Association about the entranceways, and they did have some ideas of an entrance point coming off of Lakeview Avenue that actually exists. It is not part of the parcel that's part of the land arrangement at this point, and it's also adjacent to this at least one cell tower parcel that SaskTel owns. So we did have a discussion about that. And I would probably refer to the transportation engineer as an expert, but the discussion went around. We're just in some ways we're swapping traffic impact issues, and the least amount of issues from the transportation engineer's perspective was if we had the entrance off of Kings Road and having it connect into Assiniboine Avenue. Just making sure that that there are options there for cars to go different directions. The buses would be on Lakeview Avenue, so we're separating buses from cars going in and out of a parking lot, and parent drop-off is also separated from that area as well. And we do have a loop proposed to go into the site, and that's where kindergarten and childcare drop-off would happen. So we're trying to separate as many traffic congestion issues as we can with the site that we have.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions coming from council for you, and I thank you very much for your presentation today and making yourself available to answer questions, but I'd ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we're now recessed until 6 o'clock. I'm going to steal 30 extra seconds. 6 o'clock we'll come back and deal with the rest of the agenda according to Councillor Stevens. Get up, stretch your legs, and enjoy a bite to eat, please. We'll reconvene now. We just heard from the delegation relative to CR 21-60. Councillor Findura, prior to your introducing the report, there's a small administration error on the plan being referenced. The plan number referenced in the documents is 62R07552, noted in number 1 and 3. That needs to be amended to read 62R29374. And I'm wondering, when you go to make a motion, you could make a motion as amended, please. Councillor Findura, if you could introduce that report.
So what number is that again? 62R?
CR 2160. And it's 62R,
Yes,
62R29374 is the correct plan number.
Okay. So I'm just going to do a general introduction, Mayor Master, so I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mayor Master, thank you. I move for CR 21-60 from the RPC, from Regional Planning Commission, that the zoning bylaw amendment and discretionary use 3215 and 3310 Lakeview Avenue, that City Council authorized the exchange of the municipal reserve lands, 3215 Lakeview Avenue, in return for the city receiving the lands 3301 Garnet Street. Approved application to rezone 3215 Lakeview Avenue and 3310 Lakeview Avenue from the public PS, from the public service zone to I, industrial zone. Approved the discretionary use application from the proposed development of a transportation parking lot, 3310 Lakeview Avenue. And these, there are 7 recommendations here. And you're talking about changing the number from which number to where we are here? The CR,
Yeah, in
so
points number 1 and number 3, the plan being referenced.
Yeah, it's 60R07522, so we'll change it to 62R29374.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder on this one, please?
I will, Jason.
Councillor Stadnicek seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the Planning Commission following Address the Commission, we had Lisa McDonald from Lakeview Community Association, and James Holtham from JPH Consulting, Kevin Filtu from Ministry of Education, Delaney Klein, as you spoke earlier, with Regina Public School. The applicant, Regina Public School Board and Regina Catholic School Board, proposing to build a new joint use school on Argyle School and Large Park site. Also, the applicant proposes to develop an off-site parking lot. Mayor Masters, at the Planning Commission, we had 2 members from the Planning Commission declared conflict. The Planning Commission discussed mostly about the parking lot and the entrance should be on Lakeview or should be on Kings Road. The way the Planning Commission understood and discussed the implications of the traffic congestions on Lakeview Avenue being too close to Lakeview Avenue. If the entrance would go into Lakeview Avenue be too close to Kings Road, where a bunch of the buses will be parked, there'll be a lot more congestion there. The best entrance and best situation to avoid all that congestion would be entrance into a Kings Road. So Planning Commission had no difficulties with this. The Planning Commission had unanimously approved this, and the Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Are there any questions on the report from Planning Commission? Seeing none, Councillor Findura, do you have any further comments?
No, Mayor Masters, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Councillors, this afternoon we were provided an additional communication on CR 21-62. Can I get a motion to receive and file written delegation report CB 21-22?
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Could I get a seconder?
Councillor Moll.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider CR 21-62, the zoning bylaw update for industrial and mixed-use zones. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring you CR 2162 from the Regina Planning Commission, zoning bylaw update, industrial and mixed-use zones. The City Council approved the amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 as directed by Appendix A of this report, instructing the City Solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to give effect to the recommendation to be brought forward to the meeting of City Council. Members, can I get a seconder, please?
Council?
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Mr. James Archibald from Arch Transco addressed the commission, and so did Mr. Andrew Gottschalk from Hoop Life Basketball. Planning Commission had a good discussion on that. The few questions that were asked about how far would these changes go to with the regulations to allow to have the community a better outlook on securing some properties and all, and to improving bylaws and all. So the Planning Commission really, they had not too many concerns or questions with this one. So the report goes beyond administrative and minor changes with the focus on improvements to the industrial and mixed-use zones to remove unnecessary barriers to development. The proposed amendments are provided in your Appendix A. Planning Commission had no issues. This was a very good amendments. Administration did have a conversation with the commercial, industrial, commercial community stakeholders to talk about how the bylaw, how the zone has been working since it's been implemented a year. So these are good changes. They will help the community to move forward. And Planning Commission seeking concurrence. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Are there any questions on this matter or the report? Hearing none, Councillor Findura, do you have anything further to add?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. This is Delegation 21-132. I would like to call upon Jackie Schmidt from Heritage Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of the committee may have for you. Good evening, Ms. Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Jackie Schmidt. I represent Heritage Regina, Mayor Masters, and members of City Council. Heritage Regina submits this letter in support of the recommendation to allocate $155,000 to fund the development of the recommendations and guidelines to regulate heritage and architectural design in the Lakeview and Cathedral areas. In the past 30 years, since the inception of the Heritage Holding Bylaw,
development of the growth in the city of Regina has changed the landscape of our heritage neighborhoods. Development, infill development, and intensification efforts have impacted these neighborhoods and left citizens concerned for the future of their community and for the heritage resources that tell the story of our past. In recent years, city administration has recognized the need for a more wholesome heritage policy, and current work on that policy has made advances in the efforts to identify our heritage inventory, ensure maintenance and designated properties, and support owners of heritage properties. The infill guidelines are recently incorporated into the bylaws in 2019 and offer some assurance of the continuity within neighborhoods. Unfortunately, these efforts are not enough to ensure that the oldest neighborhoods in Regina, where the bulk of our heritage resources exist, will continue to be represented in our past, our founders, our craftsmen, architects, community leaders, designers, and everyday people who take pride in their community. An investment in a consultation on ways to regulate heritage neighborhoods is an investment with great return. Officially identifying heritage neighborhoods create pride of place for the entire community. Heritage neighborhoods attract visitors to our city and attract like-minded property owners willing to go to attract people to their neighborhoods and willing to go the extra mile to maintain their streetscapes and their neighborhood characteristics. Establishing clear directions for renovation, design, restoration, and development in their neighborhoods. Remove the adversarial situation that currently exists when property owners want to demolish, change, or redevelop heritage properties, only to find themselves in controversy with the neighborhood. The cost, time, and money of the current process of demolition permits and designation for even one property exceeds the cost of this consultation. We are concerned, however, that the current recommendation identifies only 2 heritage neighborhoods for which this work will be done. Heritage Regina feels that the city needs to establish a definition of heritage neighborhood and consequently ensure that any neighborhoods that meet the definition are assessed for sustainability or for suitability for a heritage-type control zone. We strongly encourage the City Council to vote in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Any questions from members of council for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item 21-7, opportunities to regulate heritage and architectural design. Could I please have Ms. Hauerlich introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. In March, administration brought forward a report outlining the tools available to council to regulate heritage and architectural design. Council directed administration to bring forward options to consider opportunities to regulate heritage and/or architectural design within the Lakeview and Cathedral neighborhoods. Council indicated that it wished to pursue this work in the immediate term without delaying projects underway or in the queue within the neighborhood planning program. So with the current workloads, administration is unable to proceed with the full neighborhood planning program as scheduled to take on this additional work, which would require significant public engagement and technical analysis. So admin is recommending that the city engage a consultant to work with the Cathedral and Lakeview residents and identify priority areas within those areas for conversations and preservation of character and the development of recommendations and guidelines to regulate heritage and architectural design in those areas. We're also recommending that council approve funds to hire a project manager to manage this work internally and in addition communications capacity. This consultation will be extensive, even though it might not be the whole area because the context and the options available are quite complex, and so will require a lot of conversation with the neighborhood for them to understand what all the options mean to their properties and how the tools work. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hauerlich. Can I have someone move the report?
I'll move it, Shannon.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Can I have a seconder?
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have Councillor LeBlanc to speak to this.
Thank you. I would like to move a recommendation to point number 1 of the recommended. I've passed that on to the clerk. So the recommendation will read, direct administration to engage a consultant to work with the Cathedral, Heritage, and Lakeview residents and onwards. So the addition of the Heritage neighborhood is the amendment that I'm proposing, and I'd be happy to speak to it once the language is on the screen. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Zakidniak, would you accept that small amendment as friendly?
I'm fine with that.
I'm not fine with it.
Okay, thank you. While they're getting that up, I'm wondering, Ms. Howrlick, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. For the amendments, it should be noted that we would need additional dollars because this was based on just doing 2 neighborhoods, and we had done a preliminary, got a preliminary estimate from a consultant. So I would respectfully request that this include additional monies, perhaps between 10 and 15,000 more. I like to an upset of 170,000 because we may need additional staff as well, just because managing 3 and the timelines will obviously extend with the consultation because it is a whole other neighborhood we would have to consult.
Thank you, Ms. Howrlick. In terms of the amendment, then, can we please also amend the dollar value? Councillor LeBlanc, I believe it's coming up on the screen. Did you wish to speak to it now?
Please. Yeah, so the Heritage neighborhood, which I'm referencing here, is in my ward. You folks might know it as the General Hospital area, just east of downtown, where it's beautiful and historic. In late January, as you'll recall, we designated the Municipal Justice Building as a heritage property, and that's right in the ward. It was built in 1930 and is steeped in history. There are other beautiful buildings in the neighborhood, including a lot of historic homes along College Avenue between Winnipeg and Broad. The Heritage neighborhood is well represented in our existing Heritage Inventory Registry. It means that many of these homes and buildings might someday be designated as heritage buildings within our city, and they're worth protecting. I suggest that Heritage looks a lot like Lakeview and Cathedral, but it's occupied by people with lower incomes. So on our neighborhood demographics on the City of Regina website, we see Heritage has an average household income of $56,000, Cathedral at $85,000, and Lakeview at $120,000. I think that's why we hear less about historic buildings in Heritage. It's not about the buildings that are there, it's about who neighbors those buildings. I think it would be irresponsible to not protect our built heritage in this neighborhood in the way we protect our other assets. And so adding heritage to this list will help make sure it gets equal treatment and is adequately protected. So the main thrust of what I'm saying is heritage has buildings worth protecting. Just because we hear about those buildings less doesn't mean they should be left off this list. So I think it's well worth including it here. I do appreciate that this is a bit of a pilot project, and so we're not capturing the whole city, but I think it would be notable to leave heritage off this list. It's of the 3, I think it belongs with them, and it would be strange to have the 2 without heritage. So I'd appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder for the motion before you.
Statchuk.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Everything that Councillor LeBlanc says is correct, but it doesn't capture the whole story. I'd like to ask the administration, why 2, why 3, why 4, why not 5? What will adding an additional neighborhood at this stage mean for your ability to carry this out?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So right now we are at staffing capacity, and so that's why we were limiting it to the 2. If we added more, that's why I was saying we would need additional funds to continue with this, because this was not work that was planned. As per Appendix A, the neighborhood planning program had a sequencing plan, and heritage and architectural guidelines were part of those discussions in each of those neighborhood planning programs. So for us, it's just a matter of capacity.
Is it also a matter of time?
Through you, Madam Chairman, it is. The focus was on Cathedral and Lakeview neighborhoods, and so to get that done as quickly as possible. So again, this would just, unless they were prioritized separately, because this would, oh, pardon me. We would do this concurrently.
Thank you very much. My concern here is that we not spread our resources too thinly. That's the first point. The second point is that I think there's some merit in doing a couple of neighborhoods first, learning what we can from that, and then proceeding sequentially to do other neighborhoods. It's not necessary for us to do everything all at once, and indeed, the problem of trying to do everything all at once is what triggered this. We were doing neighborhood plans. We can't do all the neighborhood plans, including the heritage component, all at once. So the 2 that were selected were meant to be a starting point, not an end point. I agree with Councillor LeBlanc that there are many heritage buildings in the areas that he mentioned, and there are heritage buildings in other parts of the city. But the bottom line is we have to start somewhere. I think it's a good use of resources to start in the 2 neighborhoods that have been identified. I think that they will give us directions for how we proceed in the future in other neighborhoods. And I think that we'll have a chance to get to the other neighborhoods in fairly good order. I don't think the fact that that you're not 3rd or not 4th in line really is going to make much difference in the end. So I'm persuaded by the administration's concern for resourcing this, but I'm also persuaded by taking small steps, finding out how it works on an experimental basis, and then proceeding on that basis. That's why I'm not prepared to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, a question to administration. Before you started mentioning the additional monies that would be needed to do a 3rd area, I was expecting that. I looked at that, maybe, the total number 155 and thought maybe it means another 70,000. The fact that it's only an additional 15,000, I'm wondering if administration could explain that. It seems like there might be some economies of scale by doing 3, if it's only an additional 15 instead of an additional 70,000.
Through Madam Chairman, so that was just a quick guess with respect. We do know that the consultant would charge us because they're already doing that consultation, so they can use the same consultation. But it really goes down to staffing, and I perhaps had it too low at the 15. We are finding 50,000 of our own money to because really the program is 205 for the 2 areas. So internally, we're finding additional monies within our existing budgets and probably using some additional staff. So it is a matter of, we didn't do an analysis for the 3, so it was a quick guess.
Okay, thank you for that. Would there, I'm just sort of wondering if, through the chair, if there would be any value of doing 3, would you get any better information? Would it create some economies of scale, or would it just be a lot of work?
Through you, Madam Chairman, with my experience, it's going to be a lot of work with just the two. It's a very complex issue with regards to that's why we brought the report with the different options, because there's different ways to regulate, whether it's architecture, whether it's putting an overlay district, whether all of those different options. And so we have to explain that to have that conversation with the community, which is going to take a lot of time. And it's about education and then getting feedback. I tend to agree with Councillor Hawkins' comments that I think we're going to learn a lot as we work with the Cathedral neighborhood and Lakeview, because there's more areas in the city. Like there's City Center Square, there's the warehouse, there's a number of different neighborhoods. And I think taking this approach to learn and work with these two community associations can teach us a lot and help us to improve the process as we move forward, while still keeping the neighborhood planning program moving forward. Even though we hire consultants, council knows that there is still a lot of work administration has to do behind the scenes to manage that consultant, because we have to provide them information, all of those things. And I think it's just, when you add that other one, another neighborhood, it compounds the workload.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I notice in Appendix A that heritage is planned as a short-term neighborhood planning priority in 0 to 5 years. Do we have a timeline for when the heritage neighborhood plan will be done within that 0 to 5 year time frame?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So I might ask Mr. Searle to give the exact time frame. What happened was with COVID, it put our schedule behind, because we were already doing Al Ritchie and we've started Hillsdale, so we are behind in the schedule. So I might ask Mr. Searle to give an estimate on when we would get to the heritage neighborhood.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the timing is difficult to say at this stage, but we'd probably estimate in the range of about 2 to 3 years, probably more so the 3-year range.
Okay, thank you. And without this additional amendment, when the Heritage Neighborhood Plan is done in approximately 3 years, will these issues be addressed at that time without this amendment?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. So part of the neighborhood planning process is really focusing on land use and intensification, and as well as areas that a neighborhood wants to protect with respect to architecture and heritage. So those are the questions we're asking the community. So we're actually focusing on those questions and having that fulsome conversation at that time. So yes, definitely these issues will be addressed when we get to those all of the plans.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else to the amendment? Councillor LeBlanc, did you want to close off debate?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just briefly, so I agree with everything Councillor Hawkins says. It makes sense to have a small trial. We can't include everything of that sort. I guess my view is when you have to divide, into the early set and those to come later. I just don't think it makes sense to divide heritage from Cathedral and Lakeview, given the sort of built history in each of those neighborhoods. So I think it makes sense to include them all there. I know we had to divide the line somewhere. I did have some thought about the warehouse district, which is also in my ward. There's a lot of built history there. I thought about bringing an amendment to include warehouse, but I could draw a line between what warehouse is like and what Lakeview and Cathedral are like, because warehouse is principally commercial, but I honestly couldn't find that dividing line that would cut heritage out. So I think it makes sense to include it, despite the extra cost now. It sounds as though this is work we're going to do at some point in a few years anyway. And given the amount of heritage inventory in that neighborhood, I think that's work that's well worth doing now to make sure we protect it and not get in a place like we did with that Bagshaw residence where a place becomes dilapidated or a neighborhood becomes dilapidated without these sort of controls. And then we're wishing we'd been proactive earlier rather than trying to react later on. So thank you for that and appreciate the time.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment?
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor LeBlanc, please.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
It is lost on a vote of 5-6, Mayor.
Going back to the main motion, I believe Councillor Mole, you were up next.
Yes. Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just curious. It states that in page 2 of the city manager printout, it states that the general fund reserve is near its minimum recommended balance, with us potentially approving this $155,000 expenditure. I'm just curious if this is something to be concerned about. I know we've had an economic opportunity come up, and we've had to use some money from that reserve for that purpose, even though it fell through. I'm just curious if it's something we need to be worried about.
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Lacey to go through the details of the GFR.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the general fund reserve uncommitted balance is around approximately $21 million. We do have a range of guidelines on which we would like to see that reserve maintained within, and so the minimum guideline is 23 million. So I would frame it as that the general fund reserve is just slightly below the minimum guideline that we use to assess the health of our reserves. The amount here is fairly minimal, but it is just an additional draw on that reserve that council should be aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Any further questions on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk. Oh, Councillor Bresciani, did you wish to speak?
Thank you. Yes, that would be great. Sorry, my chat line is not working. Just for in regards to the phase 2 or the next group that would be done for the, I'm talking about the Arcola East and that second phase of the list here on Appendix A. I guess, and that's into the 5 years plus. Is there anything that the community associations can do, to kind of work and help the city in advance to move things further and faster? To engage the community. I guess that's kind of what, I know it all falls on the city, but I think sometimes, and I'll just give the example of the Arcola East or any of the areas that are growing and that the community is now seeing that, you know what, they want some changes. And by the time it gets to that 5 years or plus, there's a whole lot of development that could take place. So I guess the question I'm asking is there anything that the community associations can be working on and help out with by the time to enhance community or the city staff to do the work? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So depending on what the community association wants to do, I would say that we'd be happy to have a conversation with, depending on what their issue is, because we might give different advice depending on what their issue is. As I said, it's mostly with regards to intensification, architectural guidelines, those sorts of things. So if a community association had the ability to come have a conversation with us, we could talk to them about kind of the things that we would be looking for if they were to do some sort of consultation by themselves. But we would want to have those individual conversations with each of the community associations that might be interested in that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. I just want to thank administration for coming up with a solution that I think is viable to a problem that was presented to us. The two previous options were, do we change the neighborhood planning program sequencing, or do we do nothing, just wait and do it in the order that we had previously planned? I think this option seems to address the need to evaluate heritage policies and improve our heritage policies in a way that is, I think, a very viable and an option that works well for everyone. So I just really like to thank administration for their work in preparing this additional option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Mr. Clerk, could I have you call the vote?
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Zahidniak, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
We're moving on to Delegation DE 21-133. I would like to call upon Delegation Lisa Odell. Please introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good evening, Ms. Odell.
Hi, good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Odell, and I am a resident of Regina, and I am currently coordinating a circle with Decolonizing Relations. Start? So I'm here to speak in support of the name change for Dudney Park to Buffalo Meadows Park. And I first would like to thank and acknowledge the work that the city and those involved in the removal of, from a place of prominence, the statue of John A. Macdonald, and for proceeding with the name change of the pool to Buffalo Park Pool, or Buffalo Meadows Park Pool. So I say that we're making progress, and I want to acknowledge that. My contribution here is to recommend and support the name change for the current Dudney Park to be renamed Buffalo Meadows. I'm not sure if it has to have the word park on it or at the end, but if Buffalo Meadows is adequate, that's fine. Or we can have Buffalo Meadows Park. The use of the name Dudney needs to be removed not only from the park, but also from the avenue. Why is this necessary? It is necessary because Edgar Dudney's name needs to be removed from all the places of prominence and honor in this city and in other places across Canada, because he carried out the genocidal policies of John A. Macdonald. And when we learn new things and better ways of doing things, we need to discontinue the old ways and change our behavior. When cities find out that certain policies don't accomplish what they were designed to do, or that they hurt populations and people, or they have devastating results, changes are made to rectify these issues. Likewise, as we learn the true history about colonization of the plains and the role people who enforced policies that were disruptive and perpetuated the destruction and oppression of a people, the impact of which remains today, we can choose not to honor these people. We can make a decision to remove their names from places of honor and prominence. We must also choose not to go further to change. We must also make the decision to choose to go further to change, to remove symbols, policies, and relics that continue to hurt and oppress others. It is through the lens of truth and equity that we must seek to address the issues if we wish to have a strong, diverse, inclusive society. And that value should be applied across the board, whether it be in health, housing, food security, transportation, childcare, or land. After the Truth and Reconciliation Report, and in the light of true history, the City of Regina needs to embrace the responsibility of making things right by teaching true history and modeling respect in its work, policies, and transactions. The city must take a stand, be bold, and explain why you're taking that stand. Indeed, the province should join with you to teach the true history, as it was their negligence for too many years that the true history of Indigenous people were not included in the curriculum. Truth means adding the real stories of Indigenous people and others to the recordings of history and in the curriculum of schools. So please tell the people of Regina why you're choosing to change that name. Tell them the truth. Tell them that Edgar Dewdney did many bad things and that he carried out Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's starvation policy, withholding food from Indigenous people until they moved on to reserves, thus clearing the plains for the railway and European settlements, taking their lands and giving it to new settlers. Tell them about the buffalo. Tell them that these policies devastated Indigenous peoples, their cultures and ways of being, because settler leaders thought their ways were better and superior. Tell them the truth, that the systems that were set up were meant to oppress Indigenous people and keep them oppressed. Say that it has been called Dewdney for too long, and that the city wants to embrace different values, that it wants to be respectful of First Peoples of this land, of their traditions and practices, that you want a just and equitable society. Tell them the true facts of residential schools, that they are generations later still suffering from the trauma resulting from the attempted destruction of their families, traditions, languages, ways of being, ways of raising families, ways of treating the land. Why? Why was this the problem? And why did this happen? So European settlers could take the land.
Ms. Soto, I'm
Yeah?
going to interrupt. You're at about 5.5 minutes right now. Could I ask that you conclude your presentation?
Sure. My main concern is that I think for many systemic reasons, the name needs to change just because of what it represents. That's the main cry. And there are many ways to do that. You first need to have the will, and then I'm sure you'll find a way. And I was told that there was someone who had suggested a way that maybe through I think it's land titles, prior to it being privatized, the cost, maybe as part of reconciliation, that's something that they might be willing to give up in terms of the name change.
Thank you very much for your presentation this evening. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for that presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Sure. Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Joelle Big Eagle Kekuatue, Buffalo People Arts Institute. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that members of the committee may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Jolie Big Eagle Kekuatue. I'm a resident of Regina, but I'm also a member of White Bear First Nations. We're signatories to Treaty 4, and Regina is on Treaty 4. I'm co-founder of Buffalo People Arts Institute, and I'd just like to reiterate what my colleague Lisa Odell shared regarding requesting that the council approve the Planning Commission's recommendation to change the name from Dewdney Park to Buffalo Meadows or Buffalo Meadows Park. And so my part, and I just kind of want to emphasize what Ms. Odell shared. Ms. Odell is a part of Decolonizing Relations, and I'm a part of Buffalo People Arts Institute, and we've been working together for the past 2.5 years between our two organizations to talk about bringing back the buffalo within what's currently named North Central. And so part of that has been advocating for the name change of changing Dewdney Avenue to Buffalo Avenue or to Tonga Avenue, or that's in Nakota, or Pasquamoose Tooth Avenue. And really it's about that connection to the people, the original people of this land. And I was really motivated and inspired by the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation documents about, how do we decolonize our spaces, or on the other side, how do we indigenize our spaces? And spaces don't just mean institutions and policies and, terms of reference, but they're also our environment. And when I look at the city of Regina, this is my home. I've bought a house in North Central. I've made a video about I Love Regina, saying I'm going to retire in Regina. My home community of White Bear is 2 hours from here. My children have been raised in Regina, and I think it's one of the better cities in North America. And I've traveled quite a bit, so I advocate for Regina when I hear that we're being called down by anybody on social media because of maybe something that's happened in the neighborhood. And so I love my city, and I do my best to bring that awareness to others. And so when I look at Dewdney Avenue and that name Dewdney, and I say, well, why is this person so important that they have a whole avenue named after them? That's the length of the city. That's the only street that goes through the heart of Regina. And we talk, and so it led to the renaming of the request to rename Dewdney Park. And so, from Ms. Odell's presentation, he wasn't a leader. Leaders, from the past or people that we think are leaders, when we research into their history and who they were, maybe, he got this park named after him, the street named after him, because he was a landowner and he named it after himself. And nobody has challenged that. And now we're here in, 2021, we're challenging it. We're asking people to reconsider these name changes because I want my city to be reflective of my Indigenous identity. And I'm an advocate for other people in the Indigenous community saying, you know what, some things need to change within our city. This is my home. I've made it my home. I want my children to grow up honoring, feeling like they're honored and they have representation within this community. And so I'm asking, for this to be part of the beginning of, bringing in Indigenous names and representation. We need more, more representation within the city of the Indigenous contributions to today. And, when I speak about Buffalo, our city has a nickname, Pile of Bones. That's Pile of Buffalo Bones. But if we switch it to the other view, buffalo, this was prime buffalo land. This was the land of the buffalo before this city was even here. And if you look out onto the prairie, then that's prime buffalo food. So, of course, we would make that recommendation that it become Buffalo Meadows. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And Panama I Mataki Austin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kakwetue. I have Councillor Stadnichuk, who has a question for you.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation through you, Mayor Masters. I really appreciate your comments on how much you love your community. And so my question to you is the renaming, it's not only a part of reconciliation or decolonization, but will it make you and others feel a lot more pride in your community?
So, I've been advocating for some of these name changes for over 4 years now, and part of it was the ask from some individuals within the city of Regina, city staff, I guess. And so this was just one of those recommendations that some of the street names, street parks, avenues, that our city be more reflective of Indigenous identity. And so, yes, I mean, where is that in the city right now? And so this is just a part of a bigger ask. This was one ask of, I think, 8 items of how, Indigenous people can feel like they're valued within this community, right? And so there's too often we've been kind of shunned in the shadows, and people, we're dealing always in trauma or reacting rather than being proactive. So for me, this is a proactive, request. This is just the beginning of how our community should reflect all the diversity within this city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further question, I'll thank you very much for your presence tonight, Ms. Kakwetue, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. We'll now consider CR 21-69 Dewdney Park renaming. Councillor Vendura, could you please introduce the report?
Okay. There we are. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring CR 2169 from Regina Planning Commission, Dewdney Park renaming. The City Council approved the renaming of Dewdney Park to Buffalo Meadows Park. Mayor Masters, can I get a second there, please?
Shannon.
Councillor Zakidniak, thank you.
Thank you. As you heard, Jolie Big Eagle Kakakwa Buffalo People Arts Institute addressed the commission. She spoke very passionately about what that means to the community, what that means for reconciliation, and Planning Commission have no issues with this. They've recommended concurrence here. So this report speaks to renaming of Dewdney Park to Buffalo. The vote on this one was 8-1, and the North Central Community Association is in total support of renaming the park. So again, the Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I just have one question for administration. So as mentioned in the report, there is a legacy review being done to address the request to rename Dewdney Avenue. My question is when that is projected to be finished and presented to council through the chair, please.
Thank you. Although not relevant to the existing report, we'll have Mr. Nicol answer that question.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. With respect to the review of the issue surrounding the Dewdney Avenue, originally I had expected that we would return with a report in Q2. I expect that will now be Q3 because the issues around the park naming and the pool naming, as well as the McDonald's statue we dealt with those items first, and now we will be turning our attention to reviewing the implications respecting the potential name change for Dewdney, and will come before council later this summer, early fall.
Thank you.
Seeing no further, Councillor Hawkins? Apologies, Councillor Hawkins?
Sorry, I was just having trouble with my mic. I'd like to move an amendment, and following the suggestions of the delegation, and because it's a redundancy, I would like to amend it. I move that we drop the word park so that it simply, the motion reads, renaming of Dewdney Park to Buffalo Meadows.
Councillor Fatura and Councillor Zakidniak, you move the motion. Are you okay with a friendly amendment?
I am.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, did you have any further comment?
No, there's nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for administration. With the ones that are coming forward, the John A. Macdonald, Dewdney Avenue, the park and the pool, I guess the question I have is, where does the public chime in on these? When is the opportunity for the public to have their say in this? So through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I might ask Ms. Deredich to go through the process for this renaming of this park, and then Mr. Nickel can talk about the street renaming process.
So through you, Madam Mayor, with the park naming process, typically our process is to consult with the zone board and the community association on naming and whether or not they support the name that's being brought forward. In this case, also, there was a petition that was submitted to the city clerk's office that was a public petition with almost 600 names on it requesting that the park and pool name be changed to Buffalo Meadows. And so when that petition was received, and there was quite a significant number of people who had signed that, we shared that with the community association and the zone board, and they were very go forward with bringing the report.
Ms. Derdich, apologies. Could you repeat your last sentence there where your technology failed?
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Please go ahead. Just your last sentence that you finished up with.
Sorry about that. So as I was saying through you, Madam Mayor, we had the submission of the petition with 600 names from members of the public requesting that Buffalo Meadows be used as the name for the pool in the park. And so we approached the community association and the zone board with that request, and they were very supportive of the name change. And so we brought that forward to committee and council for consideration.
Okay. Thank you. I guess the question I have for administration when we're looking at renaming, and part of the reconciliation that I know when I sat in the Reconciliation Regina meetings, there was a discussion that, that to move forward also, but to name some of our new developments and our new parks, which I know we've done also. We've named new roadways, and I hope that's going to continue. And I would see that, again, that is part of also the reconciliation piece. So I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Clerk, I believe you were referenced in terms of providing some information.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Masters. With respect to engagement that we will undertake with respect to the review of the name of Dewdney Avenue, it's going to be an iterative process. We've done some preliminary work in exploring some of the potential implications arising with land titles. We will also undertake to engage with a number of groups across the city. I expect, in consultation with our communications department, that we will develop a particular online tool where we can engage with people as well. There is no hard and fast decisions taken on that yet, Councillor Bresciani. Another thing that we have to keep in mind, that the final decision on that name, any potential name change, rests solely with council. So at the time, there will also be opportunities for any interested parties to address council when the final report comes. And one thing that we will need to take into account, and again, these are early days, so I'm just putting this out there just for contextual background. When Saskatoon went about naming their new bridge, I think they finally selected 4 names that they then put out onto some kind of a public poll or survey, and that's how I understand they believe that they came up with a suggested name for the new bridge they had. So that might be something we would bring to provide options or a menu of potential names for council to choose from, again, depending on what we may hear through the public engagement.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. I know we focus on the negative, but I just think there's also the positive, and the truth has to be told collectively. And that's why I hope at some time with council, we move forward with the discussion of where this story will be told. And I think that's a huge piece of the truth and reconciliation, as we can all move forward to heal together. And I know with Edward Dewdney that, he was the first, I think, Governor General, and he was the one that chose that Regina would be the capital city of Saskatchewan. So when there's more to, it wasn't all good history, and it wasn't, of course, but there's both stories that need to be told there. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I just have a question, just some clarification. So the renaming of Dewdney Park was based on a petition of 600 people and talks within one community association. Is that correct? Through you, Madam Mayor?
Ms. Howrlock, can you answer that question?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it was was shared with the North Central Community Association and the Central Zone Board. So there's 2 that was consulted.
So what kind of my question is going with this is, so to rename the park, we took into account a petition of 600 people, 2 community centers in the zoning, but to rename Dewdney Avenue, we're going to go into much deeper consultation. Am I correct? Through you, Madam Mayor?
I'll have Mr. Nicol answer that question.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. With respect to your question, Councillor Shaw, I think there's 2 distinctions that you have to keep in mind here. As one of the delegations mentioned, Dewdney Avenue runs the entire length of the city. The last information that my office received was that this is in excess of 2,500 particular addresses that may be impacted by any change. So that's one of the distinctions. The other distinction is that any road renaming requires the approval of council as it is council's sole prerogative. Going back in history, there's only 2 occasions that I'm told of where City Council approval was sought to change a name. One was in the early 1900s when College Avenue was changed from 16th Avenue, and the other was in the 1970s when Sass Drive was named to replace South Railway. So that is part of the reason why there will be a much more extensive consultation, because it is on a far larger magnitude.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Shaw. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just because this is being raised about how names are chosen, I'm just wondering if perhaps the clerk could mention or describe, are there normally large public consultations when a street is being named or renamed? Anaquad Road comes to mind, or any other naming. Is it usually through the Civic Naming Committee without wide public consultation? I think it would be important to kind of understand that. Thank you, through the mayor.
Yeah, I can answer. Thank you. With respect to your question, Councillor Stadnicek, a lot of the naming conventions with respect to streets and developments in areas is done through the Civic Naming Committee, where there is a strict criteria of names that are how they are approved, and then they are put into an available list for developers to choose from. A couple of years ago, that criteria was changed to require a certain percentage to be given to Indigenous names. So with respect to the normal practice of street naming, I would respectfully suggest that there is limited public consultation, because they are choosing from approved names on a list as per the authority of the Civic Naming Committee. And then with respect to the renaming, as I've said, that happens very rarely, only twice in the recent history that I understand. And again, in each of those situations, I would imagine there will be a considerable consultation, because that is something that's just not typically done. And given the nature of the issues surrounding Dewdney, particularly the number of potential properties impacted and the fact that it runs the entire east-west length of the city, will warrant some extensive consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Councillor Fundura, do you wish to close off debate?
Okay, Mayor Masters, I just have, because I did agree to taking park out of the name. Just want to,
that's the motion before us is about the park.
Okay, so would it be more of a process or a legal? Because we're changing something that it was authorized by and approved from the North Central and zone boards, and then the naming committee. So is that our privy to do that? That's all standard?
Yes, yes. Mr. Nicol has already reported that this is completely within the purview of council. The process has been followed according to how it's been set out, and the motion is on the floor. Would you like to close debate on the motion to rename Dewdney?
I'm good.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-2, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, if I could just beg your indulgence to keep pushing through. We can finish this provided we stay on topic and on task for the motions at hand. We have a delegation presenting on the next item on the agenda. I would like to call upon Evan Hunchak from Dream Development. Please introduce yourselves for the record, the organizations you're representing, if any, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question the members of the committee may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Hunchak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Just fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at the City of Regina Council tonight. To introduce myself, my name is Evan Hunchuk, and I am the General Manager at DREAM. I represent the developer of the Harbour Landing community and the landowner of 4500 Parliament Avenue. To assist your understanding, attached with my formal presentation tonight, you should have also been able to find some visual aids which I can speak to should you have any questions. I'm before you today to seek your approval to allow for a utility easement to cross Environmental Reserve Number 11 and connect the private stormwater sewer from 4500 Parliament Avenue to the Louvain stormwater drainage ditch. The reason for this request is that the commercial development of 4500 Parliament Avenue next to the Co-op grocery store in Harbour Landing requires a stormwater outlet. The typical development of a site like this would connect the internal stormwater sewer, which is privately owned, to the service stub provided at the property line. This would then drain the site to the storm sewer buried below Parliament Avenue. However, as development plans progressed, we realized that in working with Regina Airport Authority and their interest to preserve a 432-meter runway extension to the southeast in the future, such desire would have an impact on the future building heights as well as the site grading design. Working with the Regina Airport Authority and the City of Regina, we were able to develop a design which would lower the site grading, but in doing so would not allow the existing stormwater sewer service connection to be utilized as it would be too shallow. As such, a direct connection from the development site to the Louvain drainage ditch was determined to be the best solution. To facilitate this drainage directly to the Louvain drainage ditch, a stormwater easement was determined to be necessary to ensure that any future liability, such as maintenance and repair of the sewer, would be the responsibility of the site developer and not the city. The Planning and Development Act regulates that any change to municipal reserve or environmental reserve, such as constructing infrastructure through it, which is the case here, it also would require City Council approval. Of note, dozens of similar stormwater sewers presently exist within the Harbour Landing community and along the Louvain Drive that drain stormwater off public and private properties to this drainage ditch. There were no concerns brought up by the public when this application was circulated for comments. I'd like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to present, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunchak. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evan. I just have one question for you. To your knowledge, does the installation of the private stormwater sewer line under the dedicated environmental reserve lands in any way adversely affect the reserve lands?
Through the chair, no, it wouldn't. The stormwater sewer would be buried roughly 4 meters below those environmental reserve lands. And after the sewer is installed, we would remediate any damage and correct that and reseed that area with grass seed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation tonight, Mr. Hunchak, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll now consider item CR 21-70, the utility easement in City Environmental Reserve Parcel, 4500 Parliament Avenue. Councillor Fendura, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Masters. I move CR 21-70 from the Regina Planning Commission, utility easement in the City Environment Reserve Parcel 4500 Parliament Avenue. The City Council authorized the granting of an easement allowing for the construction, installation, and maintenance of the private storm sewer line under the dedicated environmental reserve lands. And can I get a seconder, please?
Council?
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, as you heard, Mr. Hunchak from DREAM addressed the Commission. The discussion was very lively. Commission had no issue. The applicant and the property owner of 4540 Parliament Avenue, DREAM Asset Management Corporation, request that City Council authorize the granting of an easement allowing the applicant to develop a private storm sewer connection under the city-owned environmental reserve. Administration recommends constructing a storm sewer outlet through the existing ER11 lands. This is the best option. So at the Planning Commission, it was good to hear. We've been hearing about this in the last several reports about how airport, as now the landowner here, developer, and the city work together to come up with the best solution with this issue, especially when it comes to the Regina Airport, protecting the runway and everyone involved in this should be commended on such a great cooperation. So, Mayor Masters, again, Planning Commission had no issues with this, and the Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. This is just for administration. I'm looking at the environmental impact section. So it says that there was an environmental impact assessment completed by Stantec in 2006 for the Harbor Landing Concept Plan area, which concluded there's no protected or endangered species in the area. And it is not, this human constructed drainage system is not deemed to be environmentally sensitive. So just to confirm, it looks like there are no anticipated energy or greenhouse gas impacts as a result of this proposal. And as also asked by Councillor Hawkins, it seems that there have been no negative environmental impacts identified. Is that accurate, please?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. As Mr. Hunchak indicated, they will be required to put it back to the state that it's in currently.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Confirming your question. Well done. Any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Fundura, do you wish to close debate?
No, thank you very much, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moa.
You're confusing me there, Jim. In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
11-0. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, I'm going to depend on you, given we had delegations and much debate at executive on the next 4 items, and we can clear our agenda. We'll consider item CR 21-63, the 2022 Saskatchewan Winter Games. May I ask Councillor Hawkins for you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do it in 1 minute. This is a recommendation from the Executive Committee to waive rental fees for facilities for the Winter Games of up to $50,000. If passed, that will join the $15,000 in cash in kind, which the city has given this project. It's a wonderful project. It'll bring business into the city. It's a wonderful opportunity for young athletes. The committee has been especially diligent in providing mentorship to young women leaders and in encouraging Indigenous participation. So for that reason, the Executive Committee recommends to Council approval.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I have a seconder?
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Are there any questions to this report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Fundura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-65, the Arena Planning Strategy Committee, Brant Center 2.0, exploring the future. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
He's on mute.
I do believe Councillor Hawkins is having a bit of difficulty with his mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
No, not at all.
Now I have to talk faster. The Arena Planning Strategy Committee presented this to the Executive Committee. The Planning Strategy Committee has completed phase 1 on looking at the state of the facilities, the arena facilities in Evraz. Phase 2, which they're seeking permission to engage in now, would look in more detail at the specific options of what kind of arena, where it would be located, how it would be financed, and are coming back. The important point to emphasize here, the critical point to emphasize here is that these are simply the explorations of the options. No decision is being taken by the Arena Planning Strategy Committee. They will simply make a recommendation to Council, and Council will have the final say. The only other thing I want to mention, but others will have other things to say, is that the current arena probably has something like 10 years of life in it maximum. We could invest in upgrading that facility, but the planning committee said that was not a good investment. We could look to reconstructing that building, but again, there was some doubt about that because that would cost about 40 million, and for 100 million, we would build a more like an arena, which would be a multi-purpose event center. So that's what this is about. This is about giving authority to the APCS to do the next stage of planning. It is not about approving anything. It's about a planning phase. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction and explanation. Councillor Hawkins, are there any questions on the report? Pardon me, I do need a seconder. Thank you, Clerk.
Zakidniak.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions of administration? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
And with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Zakidniak.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-66, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District 2021 budget. Councillor Hawkins, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is something that was considered by the Executive Committee carefully. I just want to mention a couple of things. The mill rate increase, there is a mill rate increase here going, and I'm just speaking from memory now, I believe it's 0.52 up to 0.74. However, the essential point is that this is a reassessment year, and so the increase to the Regina bid is revenue neutral. I have one question for the administration. The bid has a surplus again of approximately $600,000. Part of that is a capital reserve. Part of it is a reserve in case the bid ever had to be wound down. And part of it I've forgotten, and I wonder if the administration can explain the surplus in these reserves.
Mr. Holden?
Yeah, I'll actually have Mr. Lacey comment on that.
Thank you. And through you, Ms. Mayor Masters, I will have Ms. Schultz. I'll refer that question to Ms. Schultz. Thanks.
Ms. Schultz, are you on the line? Sorry. I think actually, Mr. Lacey, she was just having a little bit of difficulty technically.
I see that she is frozen.
There she is. We have Mr. Barks.
Oh. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Through you, Mayor Masters. The accumulated surplus of $600,000 is split between unappropriated surplus, contingency reserve, the capital reserve, and investment in tangible capital assets. Thank you.
And does anybody have any idea what they're going to do with it?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't believe we have that information here with us tonight.
Can I ask the administration, how urgent is it that we approve this tonight?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the approval of budget's required because the levy being proposed, which is revenue neutral compared to the previous year, forms part of the tax notice that goes out to commercial businesses within that bid. That's why approval is required of their budget and how it impacts the tax notice. We can follow up with council and provide that information to council at a future date.
Mayor, I'm satisfied with that answer. I was also satisfied when I read my material that this was a useful reserve, so I have no concern about it. Appreciate receiving it. Revenue neutral is mentioned. I recommend it to council.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a seconder prior to conversation? Councillor Mancinelli, you want to do that one?
I'll second that. And can I provide a comment? I think I may have an answer. If I remember right, the new program that the RD bid launched to do with patrolling the downtown, I believe this portion of the reserve was set aside to implement that program. I was only at the meeting and heard it briefly. I'm kind of going off the scene of my pants, so if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I do believe that's what that portion of the reserve was set aside for.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close the debate?
All I can say is that I'm pleased that Councillor Mancinelli, who is considerably younger than I, has a much better memory. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
You're still young.
I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
So close. We'll consider now CR 21-67, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District budget. Councillor Hawkins, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. This is a stamp-pad budget again. It's revenue neutral. That's all I have to say about it. I recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a seconder?
Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-68, the Buffalo Pound appointment of directors. Councillor Hawkins, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. This is the a nomination by council to the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation. There's two names. Both are reappointments, Grant Ring and Dave Richards. Both are highly qualified. There is a skill matrix which Buffalo Pound reuses in identifying candidates these individuals met the requirements of the board. It's especially important. This is largely a technical appointment, but we have to be very, very sure that the water is of the top, fine quality, safe for the citizens of Regina. These two gentlemen are proven in that respect, and I recommend them highly to council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, can I get a seconder from council?
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any questions relative to this motion? Hearing none, please call the vote. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Hawkins, I'll begin with you again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Councillor Hawkins?
I move adjournment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I second that.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Hearing
Yes,
none,
I'm
carried.
opposed.
Thanks for the extra 2 hours, folks. Have a great evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.